Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. And today we're going to talk about dating in 2026. It's kind of weird to see those numbers directly up there. It's very weird because it feels like it was just yesterday that we were looking at what, like 2012, 2015, 2019. It's very weird to look at 2026 staring at you, on the screen. But this is where we are, right? And we're just talking about, dating and a few other things thrown in between. And the woman that you see directly in front of you, even though it looks like she is AI generated, she is not. Hey, what is up, Shauna? What is up? What is up? What is up? Good morning. Good morning. The woman that you got directly in front of you looks a little bit AI, but she's not. She is I want to say, the lead on this app called Courted. Hey, what is up, Pink? What is going on? Good morning, good morning, good morning. So we're going to hear what she has to state about the reason why she created the app. Um, and we're going to also look directly at the app as well, on top of other videos dealing with dating and all those other types of things. So let's take a listen.
After I said I would require a deposit to take me on a date to cover my date preparation costs, I'm now working with an app developer to make this a reality. This is actually happening. We are building the app. I'm not even exaggerating when I tell you this is the best damn dating app you have ever seen, because there is a clear difference here where the woman can set the deposit rate and the man can pay for her date preparation costs. So as a woman, you're going to walk into the date already so happy, and that's going to lead to a better date and a better connection. And that gives the man a better chance of succeeding in courting you. The app is called Courted. So when people ask, how did you meet? You can say, he courted me. So cute. The website already looks absolutely stunning, and the app itself, incredible. All of the features are so unique and nothing like you've ever seen on any dating app. So we are going to launch this city by city. And if you want early access, click the link in my bio and sign.
Right. So we saw that, right? So this is the woman. So then when we go directly over, let me see if I can get that to show up on. I got to remove that. Okay. There we go. Right. So we have the Courted dating app. Now, for me, I can, of course, it doesn't let me log in. Can't log in, can't sign in. You can see me trying to do that. Can't even do the whole apply now, right? So directly on app, and I'm doing this from PC, so maybe that may be the issue. Not sure. But right, so it says the serious courtship app for the marriage ready men and women, exclusively for singles ready to be married within 3 to 12 months. No casual dating, no games, no ghosting, just genuine connections that lead to lasting love, right? And you click the button there, which does not seem to work on my end, to start your journey, right? So it says that the match success rate is 98%, average time to engagement 6 months, vetted members 100%. I want to note to people, nothing is 100% in life. Nothing is 100%. So and I learned this, very early on in life. That's, nothing is 100%, right? And then it says ghosting tolerance is at 0, right? So then they go over the whole thing dealing with Courted, why Courted works or others fail. We've reimagined dating from the ground up for marriage-minded individuals who are tired of wasting time. Rigorous vetting process. Every member undergoes comprehensive screening for marriage readiness, financial stability, and emotional maturity. Only serious candidates are approved. Next, we have premium courtship tools. Date planning, right? Now, hold on. Let me go back real quick. So the whole premise, going back to, can I throw it back up real quick?
I would require.
So the whole premise of her coming up with this whole app was so that she said that it was beneficial for both men and women. But the main ones that it seems as though that it's benefiting would be the women, or am I a little bit lost directly on that? Because if we're thinking about preparation, you don't see anything that she's talking about where it's like, okay, well, when it deals with the guys, the women are going to pay for the preparation for the guys. Like they got to get their suits, they got to get the shoes, they got to get the beards directly trimmed, the cologne, the tie. What's the name of the guy that normally does the suits? I forgot the name of it. Jesus Christ, I forgot. Um, yeah, a tailor. So, a guy has to go to the tailor, make sure everything is directly to the nine and yada yada yada. And then he has to, get a haircut or his hair trimmed. You know, so I find it a little bit weird in a sense where it's like, all right, well, the women have to, get ready. And if a guy wants a woman to go on a date with him, he needs to pay whatever X amount of dollars to help her prepare for such and such date. I'm like, are you kidding? Like, how do I know? Now, this is my thing. How do I know that the money that I'm specifically paying on this app, that she's 100% using all of that money directly for, the date for me, right? What's letting me know that she's like, all right, well, what she's going to do is she's going to halfway do herself up for the date, so I'm not getting a full presentation, the best presentation that she can more than likely get, right? And then she'll use the other half of the money when she goes on another date to, have that on top of whatever other money that next guy is going to sit up there and put up for a potential. It's like, you got to be. This just seems like a scam. I'm just going to be real. This seems 100% like a scam. I'm just gonna be real because it's looking a little bit weird. Shauna said this is not what God wanted. I'm just saying. You also said, say it again, false advertisement. Yeah, it's looking a little bit weird to me. It's looking fairly weird. Jay said Uber Eats. Yeah, that's about as close as you're getting, right? That's basically what it is, right? And then they also tell you it's like, hey, there's no ghosting here. Yeah, that's lies. Because just because people may not, in a sense, ghost on the website, it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen in a sense in real life, or things just aren't going to, work out. Because that's the other thing as well too, because they're not going to tell you the amount of failures. They'll tell you, like I said, they'll tell you, hey, 98% success rate. Who's doing the tally on that? Where are the stats? Who's holding those numbers? And then it's not like you have fields of people that are using this app, and I'm going to get to that in a minute. It's not like the fields of people who are using this app are just coming out and they're giving their genuine, experience, all of them, right? Because we know usually when a lot of people can give their genuine response to a lot of things, it's not pretty. And every app has flaws. Nothing is 100% perfect, even though they're trying to tell you that this is pretty much, as close as you can get, right? Now, the reason why I have a problem directly with this, right? Choose your path to lasting love, right? It says, and remember back to what she said before, that it's supposed to be beneficial directly for both parties, right? She said, choose your path to lasting love. Our plans are designed for serious individuals ready for commitment. All memberships are a one-time fee for 12 months of access, right? So this one is on monthly. Just the basic plan by itself is $97 per month. Let me do some quick math real quick. Love pulling out this damn calculator on here. So, right, we do that. We hit up to 12 real quick. Oh, brother, please tell me I did my math incorrect. So we do that that 97 times 12. And I'm sorry. I did that. I put 98 by mistake. I don't know why I said 98. I got you. Let me put that back. Because I knew something was wrong. All right, 97. We're going to hit the 12 real quick. Bam. All right. This is still looking not good at all. Even if you put that down by just a bit. Like, brother, that's way too much money. That's rent technically for certain places, or a car note. $1,164, brother. No, that's not no. Like, just for the essential, that's getting directly up there with Amazon and the year membership. Like, that's looking, for me, that's looking crazy. Like, nah. And then we got the premium. It's almost close to like 150, and because in certain states they do actually add tax for virtual, digital, whatever you want to sit up there and call it. So we do the exact same thing. We hit that 12 real quick, and we come through with the 1,764. Right. And let me just do the last one before I say what I'm going to say. Right. So then we cleared that one directly off. We go to the last one here, 297. And we hit that up real quick. Ooh, Jesus Christ. That last version, $3,564. So this is my thing though, right? If a man is going to this courted site and he's paying any which one of these prices, right, for a year, right? The lowest tier is 1164, the mid tier is 1764, and the last tier is 3564. It's funny how all of them end in 64. But what I'm saying is, what is to guarantee that a man is going to automatically have a long lasting great relationship, engagement slash marriage? Like what's the main promise here to solidify that? All right, you know what, you're dealing with these like-minded people. This is what you're paying for. You're also paying for the woman to get prepared and ready for you to go on a date, each and every time, or however that basically works. What is the guarantee that everything is going to work out happily ever after? That woman is going to be the perfect wife. That's what I'm trying to figure out, because that's a lot of money that you're paying out. Like that is crazy to me. Shauna said, just like child support, we don't know if it's really going to the child or not. Yeah. Yeah. Jay said, did a man or a woman create the app? A woman created the app. The woman that you see directly in front of you, she created the app. You know what? The funny thing is, you mentioned that. I just realized while I was going over the whole thing, I didn't have the prices directly in front of y'all while I was talking. My apologies. So these are the prices directly for the Corded app directly in front of you. And like I said before, now I put it to you like this, right? In everyday, real world, I guess you could say terms, or however you want to sit up there and put it, you got to pay for everything, right? Either you got to pay for it either in time, or you got to pay for it in money, or you got to pay for it in both time and money. Just in normal means, women do this. So we're putting an extra amount of money directly on that men have to afford in order to get directly into contact with these women. Like, just imagine if men did this in the reverse, right? Just imagine if a man created an app where they were like, all right, we're going to get together some of the most wealthiest guys, or the most well-to-do guys that are making hundreds of thousands, dollars and millions of dollars, pretty much all in one app. And women have to pay, a price point in order to access, these men. People would laugh. That app will be laughed out of the Google and Apple iStore. Women would be laughing, right? But the craziest thing is, I would put it to you like this, right? So would women rather, because I know that women would laugh at the idea of women paying to, try to get into contact or whatnot or whatever with any of these men to potentially marriage and all this other type of stuff, right? Because women are like, I'm a woman, I'm not going to pay, right? So this is the thing that I'm trying to figure out. Would women rather sit up there and use their bodies, which is still payment, to gain access to these men, or would you just sit up there and pay, 97, dollars in order to get access? Again, you don't have to put your body on the front lines for anything. You don't have to, try to do any of the normal stuff that you would normally have to do in order to walk through these doorways and to get into contact with any of those guys. Because that membership, you can easily be like, all right, well, this ain't the app, it didn't work. Wow, you can get rid of that, right? But the shame or whatever it is that you had to go through in order to get access to those many men who, make the types of money that you want them to deal with, that's a lifetime. That's going to be with you forever, right? And other people are going to know specifically what you did in order to get directly into those rooms, and all the other. Like I said, I don't know. Maybe I just look at it a little bit differently. Maybe I just look at it a little bit differently. But yep, they said join thousands of marriage-minded singles who choose intentional courtship over endless dating. Mm. And then it only takes 10 minutes and you got a 72-hour money back guarantee. I'm just gonna be real. I feel like this is just a waste of time. I feel like it's just a waste of time. Whew, quarterly. Lord have mercy. Prices be looking crazy out here. Mm, mm. All them prices are horrible. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see where this app is in a good 5 years. Because I'm in full belief of trying to allow people some runway when it deals with this. And then also the other thing that people got to realize when it deals with a lot of sites, you have a lot of some pre-made images and things like that that can be placed directly on websites to give the whole thing like, oh yeah, 5 stars, and yeah, this that and the third, and rah 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 rah, rah. Because when I look at stuff like this, if you're going to sell this, I expect everything to come out perfectly. Nothing should be wrong. Everything should be to the T and to the nine. People shouldn't even be having arguments. If I'm paying to potentially find the right person for me, now again, it's a difference. You're paying in order to potentially find the right person for you, not going outside and just finding it, or them finding you. So I don't know. Whenever money is usually some type of a point when it deals with relationships, things are going to get pretty slippery real quick, and it's not going to end well for both parties. It's not going to end well at all. Not at all. Yo, third, what is up? This man said you don't need Grubhub or relationship. What is it? Mercenary. Found out today on today's Montel Williams. This man, yeah, that's crazy. Shout out to Montel Williams. Shout out to that man. But now we're gonna listen to a few videos, so that it's probably be, depending on what's happening, it'll probably be a little bit of a short one for you guys, so you guys will have the rest of your days freed up. Technically I did start this early because I wanted to start this about like 4, but I'm like, yeah, nobody's probably up, so I'm not going to actually do that. So here we are at about 9:09, right? So let's continue.
Out here being told no, okay? I feel like what's happened is men have become so weak sauce and so afraid of courting because of their fear of rejection that we found ourselves in a situation where there's things going on like the male loneliness epidemic. But when you're thinking critically about who that affects in a society where women are the beings that are allowed to be more emotional in all of our relationships, right? At every point, women have the freedom to be more emotional than men because of toxic masculinity and the patriarchy. In the last 2, 3, 4 years that I've been single, I have initiated every hangout that I have gone on with a man. It's as if they're incapable of maintaining conversation. All they want to do is sit there and get interviewed like a... In a world where women take on so many reproductive responsibilities that are just fundamentally not valued by this society, and all the ways in which women have to navigate violence, femicide, and subjugation by men, courting is men's burden to bear.
So I just want to know, firstly, again, we're starting off with the complaints, and then she wanted to say that now I could have sworn that was a derogatory term when it disrespectful term. If a man were to say that towards a woman, right, that would be calling the woman out of her name, that would be disrespecting her and things of that nature. But for whatever reason, at this moment in time, she's clearly walking through a park or the streets or whatnot or whatever. She's hyping herself up to the point where she was like, "Yeah, let me just sit up there and start just calling men directly out of their names." This is how I feel about every single man that I've went out with on a date and sat right across. He wants to sit up there and get interviewed like a little bee. I'm like, where are we at? Where are we at? I'm like, I know you got to be single because your mouth is reckless. Your mouth is 100% reckless. And the craziest part is she wants to, list all of these things, but like, oh, the subjugation, all this other type of stuff. And again, this is why I gave the very specific information about what was it, heart disease, when it dealt with what was the main leading cause that was affecting Black women taking them out. It was that it had nothing to do with men. It had nothing to do with men, nothing to do with men, nothing to do with men, nothing to do with men. So this goes back to what I said in a previous live stream, where folks like this that say that they really care about the lives of women, they're not going to specifically be honest and talk about the thing that is out there that is actually affecting, Black women the most, right? What is actually taking them out. And again, stating that men are problematic, but yet you're still going on dates with men. Like I'm a little, I'm highly confused. I'm highly confused, right? And I don't know. Let's just hold on.
It's a very small one in comparison to that of women, but I feel like it is men's responsibility in heteronormative relationships, at the very least, to initiate, to court. Because think about this, right? In situations where I, the woman, have initiated the hangout, right? Initiated the date, planned the date, right? So you expect me as a woman to text you first, maintain the conversation by asking all of the questions, plan the date. Half the time, don't have cars, so you got to meet them somewhere. You're not getting picked up. You're not in your feminine bag from the start because you've been having to do all the planning and the footwork just to make this happen. You on the date, you continue to have to maintain a conversation because of the lack of emotional intelligence required by men in this society, lack of conversational skills that men have in most of their interpersonal relationships. After doing all of that labor, I'm then supposed to be attracted enough to you for me to have sex with you, because you're obviously entitled to having sex with me if you took me out, because that's the convoluted way that these men think nowadays. But you see what I'm saying, right? They feel entitled to some sort of intimate act after abandoning their courting responsibilities, right? Allowing for there to be no intimacy in the process, in the build-up, because of all of the labor that the woman is going through to maintain the fantasy, the experience. You can't just not say hi first or not ask a girl on a date because you're afraid of being rejected. Where is the work in the relationship on the man's behalf, right? For men.
So let me just pull back real quick. So she said that men don't want to work. We don't even want to come up and say hi to a woman. For a nice amount of time over these years, I've heard women of all races, all over, specifically come to the internet and tell men to stop coming up to them in public and saying hi. Stop smiling directly at them. Stop thinking that a woman is interested. Stop trying to attempt to make a woman interested in you. I've seen tons of women all across the board, no matter the color, specifically tell ordinary guys that they are not attractive enough to obtain the attention of normal women directly out there. I've heard these exact same women say that they are not interested or find average normal guys to be attractive enough. Like this is where I told people before that folks need to be very careful about the stuff that they say online, because it's going to have blowback, and this is that blowback. So she wants men to be accountable, but at the same time, she's talking negatively about men. She's not going to hold women accountable for the things that they've stated online, which now has men sitting back and be like, all right, Jesus can take the wheel on this. While he take the wheel, we all fishing. That's where a lot of guys basically went. They were like, I'm not going to the clubs because women are like, don't buy me a drink. Women are like, just because you buy me a drink, and even if you buy me a drink, that don't mean I want to talk to you, right? That don't mean I want you next to me. That don't mean I want you to ask me to dance. Like it's this whole back and forth type of thing, and I keep trying to tell people, I'm like, yo, you keep playing stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes, and you're going to sit up there and you're going to be causation of the loss. You're going to be the causation, directly of, the loss. Yo, what is up to D-Love? What is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. And good morning. Third Eye said, so she's mad at all men because she is attracted to bummy dudes. Yeah, like I said, I don't know. I don't know who she is specifically going directly after. Like I said, maybe she just needs to sit this one out. Maybe she might want to, sit this one out. And she's talking about men being afraid of rejection. Men have to deal with rejection even since birth. Like, what are we talking about? Like from the very first steps to even being here, you're going to be rejected. So it's like I'm a little bit confused. It's like men are not, you know, have a fear of rejection. Men can just be like tired and be like, all right, I'm taking a break. Because, like I said, a lot of women out here don't know what rejection actually is, because a lot of women are not chasing after realistically having the heart to chase after the dudes that they really want to go to. They feel that if they look pretty enough, that guy is just going to notice them amongst the field of other flowers directly out there. I'm like, yeah, that's not how that works. You have to make yourself stand out. Just looking pretty is not going to work, because a lot of the flowers out here look pretty. So what's your standout feature? And a lot of women don't really have one. Just to sit up there and be honest, like I said, just being pretty is that's just not it. It's just not it. You gotta sit up there and do more. Guys sit up there and do more. It don't matter if the dude guys sit up there and open up the closet, be like, yo, I'm gonna make one of you and put you out here into the world, right? Or it don't matter if you're like the average dude where it's like, all right, I might not sit up there and have, the looks as one of my guys, but I got hard work, I got, dedication, I got some stuff I'm cooking up, building directly in the background, and things of that nature. you know Men normally have to sit up there and work for anything that they want to obtain. And what was the main thing that people normally state? That the hardest things in life take the most work in order to obtain, or something like that. So it's like, yeah, it does not come easy. So a lot of women don't actually know what rejection actually is, because they've never actually been rejected. So it's, I don't know. Yo, Janet, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. And good morning. Yo, Rabbit, what is up? What is up? What's up? You said we've got a meeting like this. People will talk. Hello, everybody.
that are not engaging in courting because of their fear of rejection, fear of hearing no. They be so jaded from their small little situations of heartbreak that they'll turn around and they'll never put effort into a woman again. And yet women have to consistently put themselves in situations after likely having had been violated in some unwanted sexual capacity, right? The depth with which women are.
Hold on. This is, I can't take her serious. Like, she's getting on my nerves. It's like every few steps that I go to try to just listen to understand, it's like, yeah, you know what these men are doing out here. They're just horribly coming after us. They're just taking our lives. They're just, getting us in dark alleys. I'm like, dog, what? How do you have the mind frame where it's like, yeah, I want to go out here and date men, but then you're up here just mentioning everything horrible that a man has potentially done. I'm like, where are we even at this moment in time? This is why people sit up and say, like, the septum ring theory, it doesn't fail. This is exactly why. There's been points in times, even on live streams and whatnot, I'm like, you know what, the septum ring, this person, they making some sense. And then let them walk just a little bit more, and here's the cliff. And it's like, I can't even walk 5 feet and be safe. Like, there's like trenches, not potholes. There's trenches the size of the Grand Canyon right directly there, because she takes whatever liberty that she can to complain about dating and to talk about the men, and then to list the most horrendous things that women have had to sit up there and suffer, while still sitting up here saying that men should go out here and try and do. I'm like, brother, I'm tired. I'm tired, and we just sat up there and started this stream. This is wild. This is 100% wild. Like, this is not making any type of sense. Lord.
Take advantage of in relationships over men makes it to where to not want to court after some form of rejection as a man, and yet we're continually open to putting ourselves in a situation for men to prove themselves different, despite the fact we understand it is all men acting as aiding and abetting individuals and being complacent in violence, verbal, physical, against.
Brother, no. See, this is what I'm talking about. Didn't I just sit up there and say, I walk 5 feet and here is another trend? I don't have enough gear. I don't have enough gear to traverse the depth of what we're facing at this moment in time. She literally, within her own words, she was like, yeah, all men are complicit, and are accessories to all of the violence that women face every single day at the hands of men. How? There's probably violence going on right now. I have nothing. I don't know what's, like, there's something probably going on in India, Australia, China. How am I complicit in that? How am I even an accessory of something of a whole nother man somewhere around the planet? I don't know nothing about nothing. I can theorize like, yeah, there's some crimes going on. You can always sit up there and say that. But it's like to sit up there and say, like, yeah, all men are complicit, but then you're talking about still dating men. You're so confused. Like, who is this? Whose child is this? You should have gave up a long time ago. Whoever raised this child, you should have gave up very early on. This wasn't it. This was not it. And this exact same woman has other women following her. Lord, everybody's dumb. There is no other way that I can break this down. Everybody who follows her is dumb. You have to be. You have to be solid in the stupidity that you walk through every single day in order to be directly on this woman's platform and to listen to anything that she has to state. Because it's like you're complaining about the dating situation, and then you want to call men directly out of their names, which made no sense because you wanted to hype yourself up in your own conversation walking outside. There's no men around, but you wanted to hype yourself up to, really call men out their names. And then you want to sit up there and say that, yo, men are not even trying to even court us anymore and all this other type of stuff. But yet at the same time, you men, you got to understand, y'all are the ones that set up there and do the most traumatic and horrible stuff, directly to us, and yada yada yada. And so with all the stuff that you put us through, you think that us as women, we should be the ones putting in the utmost work to go out there and date you. And then she was like, I can't even be, a woman can't even be in her feminine bag because she gotta drive to the date. Welcome to the world of being an adult. I could have sworn that a lot of women said that they're independent. They don't want to be dependent on a man. Every woman out here has a car. If she wants a car, she can go out there and buy a car, right? She can obtain a car. No man is stopping a woman from having a car. Then on top of that, why would you be dependent realistically living in this day and age? Equality, women are independent. Why would you be dependent on a man driving you, coming from his place to drive to your place to pick you up? Didn't women sit up there and say that you should never give your information over to a stranger? That dude is a stranger. Wouldn't you be putting your life, jeopardizing your life and your safety for a date because you want a man to come pick you up? That sounds a little bit stupid. That sounds lunacy, right? That sounds like you're allowing, potentially opening the door for something to happen by way of a man that you know nothing about at all. Why do that? Didn't women online sit up there and say that we're going to stop giving men so much access directly to us? You're basically speaking on giving a man access because you want him to come pick you up because you say that you can't be in your feminine bag because you got to be in your masculine bag because you got to drive yourself to the date. That's where are we at? Where are we at? Like where where are we at this moment in time? Like, yo, this is mind boggling. Everything that she has listed has been negative about men. She ain't say not you know what? I can actually say everything that she has stated in this video is 100% negative when it deals with men. And I can normally not really say that. I might be able to say like 90 to 90. No, this is all 100%. She ain't list not one redeeming, great, or whatever quality about men at all. It's been everything of the most negative of negative, everything that is in the dark and hidden within the dark of the shadows. Like it's like just be with women. Just be with women or just be by yourself. Like I don't even understand. I don't understand, man. I really don't.
The women in their lives, and yet we are constantly being expected to open ourselves up to relationships with men, and typically do engage openly because of the ways in which we're groomed for motherhood and matriarchal positions and the reproductive responsibilities from a very young age. But you have mommy issues, and the last girl that you talked to didn't like you, rightfully so, because you likely were a person who wasn't able to do any of the emotional labor.
What? Dog, you sound like it's crazy how she wants to be a therapist, but she needs to go see therapy. It sounds like every dude that you've ever met and ran directly through has left you some type of trauma. It seems like everything is just trauma for you. And you have not done the necessary work to get yourself out of that trauma. And because you're still stuck in that trauma, you want to throw that, you want to regurgitate that trauma onto everybody else. This is what I be talking about. This is what it looks like when you got patient zero, where you got somebody that's infected and they know that they're infected, but they still want to go out there and infect and be around the general public, basically infecting other people. This is what that looks like. There is nothing in her conversation at all was helpful. Nothing in her conversation can put you to a point where it's like, okay, so this is what we're working with now. Let's, try to build upon this. Let's try to figure. There's nothing to figure out at all. She's lost. She's done. She's done. It'll probably take her, because she's not going to be in therapy at all. I can look at her and tell. I wouldn't even give it like 15 to 20 years for her to be able to change her mind, and that's me being lenient on years. That's me thinking that, something will actually, happen, that she'll wake up. Nah, like this is going to be her for the greater duration of her life. And I'm going to guess that she is, kind of young, but this is her mentality and that's her outlook when it deals with men. This is what I'm saying. Like, for a lot of women out there, if you speak like her, think like her, there's no reason that you should be trying to date men. It's not going to work. You already have your own biases when it deals with men. It's not going to work. You're going to end up destroying the relationship or whatever it is before you even have a chance to really build or have one. Because like her, she thinks that she knows every single thing when it deals specifically about men. Again, she made the huge generalization by herself. All men are complicit and accessories to all of the violence and the horrible things that happen to women. I'm just trying to figure out how. I like that. Man, wow, this must be like Minority Report or something like that, because I don't know. Lord have mercy. Like, that is wild. Jesus Christ. She just needs to, she got to do better. Lord. Rabbit says she's too young to be better. Yeah, that's what I be saying, man. That's exactly what I'll be saying. Like, a lot of these young women out here, they get this from older women. They don't just automatically just like, I'm going to come to the age of 20 something and I'm automatically bitter. No. And in a lot of instances, they're not even getting this from their own situations. They're getting this from older women directly out here on social media, other women that they might have overheard, directly in public or talked directly to. Like, it's just, man, it's crazy. And they also specifically getting this from a lot of the women that are amongst them in their families. Like, it's like I said, it's a lost cause. My condolences to a lot of the young men that's a part of this generation. My condolences. Godspeed. Let's go to the next one.
The whole classism is keeping Black people single conversation is that it is become something, a dialogue that's become very superficial and not rooted in reality, right? The reality is there have been studies on this, right? There's been data collected about this. There's also historical context that is just being completely ignored, because the reality is, if you want to go viral on social media, particularly on TikTok or on YouTube, just talk about Black people dating, right? Give an anecdotal opinion that's not rooted in historical context or data, and you will go viral. It will perform well. You can build an audience off of it because you get to tap into people's feelings about their singleness while not giving them the education and tools to understand why their reality is molded by the country they live in, right? So if you are actually curious as to why Black people are single, instead of going on TikTok and listening to people who are not qualified to talk to you about it, you should read Is Marriage for White People? And there are other sociologists who have studied this in tandem and are amazing academics that you can Google, research, and read their work, right? And engage with it. More importantly, it would behoove you to know the history of Black people in this country and how that is going to then mold how we navigate it, right? We were 3/5 of a person. Inherently, if you were considered 3/5 of a person and you got to everyday fight for your personhood, that is going to impact and influence how you are treated and your personal interactions, and that even includes who you date and who you marry. And while everyone's trying to blame like interracial relationships and 80% of Black married people are married to other Black people, right? Like, it's not this huge number, this epidemic of like interracial marriage. And I'm not anti-interracial marriage, but the idea that Black men are overwhelmingly marrying white women or non-Black women is just not factual.
See, this is the one thing that I like about certain female content creators out here is that they will actually take the time to look at information and stats versus just saying nonsense in order to get an emotional response and have people believe in stuff. Because as I stated to people before, the greatest lie ever told is that Black American men just want to date and be married with everybody else versus being with Black women. Again, the stats don't lie. The minority of Black men that decide to interracially, date, other women, it's not a very large amount. It's not. It's really not. You have, again, when you look around, when you go to these Black towns, you go to these Black cities, you have more Black men and Black women that are together, either in relationships, engaged, or married, that are with each other than the reverse. Nobody can sit up there and be like, oh yeah, it's like 40 billion, Black American men that are just out here just with everybody else but Black women. It's like, nah, that's just not the case. It never has. But for whatever reason, people want to always continue to, spin that great lie because I guess it sells. Because if it's a Black man that is, in a sense, the villain or the negative in a story, everybody tends to believe it without doing any type of research, or even if the research or the information is in front of their face, they still opt to believe the lie versus the truth.
Right? Because once again, there's all this commentary that is not rooted in data and history. And more importantly, if you look at the data, Black women have the strongest same race preference. So Black women, in comparison to other demographics in this country, are actually more willing to, quote unquote, date down, because they prioritize marrying Black above everything else. Which is why oftentimes you will find Black women like that, what is it, that associate's degree, is it a degree conversation, where she had a master's degree and she was on a date with someone with an associate's degree, calling it 2 degrees, which I'm not saying it's not a degree, I'm not engaging in that. But what I am saying, that interaction happened because that was a Black woman trying to date a Black man, right? Because the reality was, if she was not Black, she would not have been in that conversation to begin with. Because you will rarely find a non-Black woman who has her level of accomplishment dating someone who is not considered her peer. And I'm not trying to put anyone down. The reality is most people date who they're in proximity to. The issue is because Black women prioritize dating Black above everything else, when they have to mobilize, they oftentimes are not in proximity to other Black people, particularly Black men. So as a byproduct of that, Black women oftentimes have to go outside of their environment to find mates.
Okay, so right. So what she said, right? She said that pretty much the higher that Black women basically go up in money and education, the less likely there is to, in a sense, find Black men, basically being there. Okay, cool, fine, no problem, right? So let's just keep that plane directly there, right? So it's harder as Black women obtain more, it's harder for them to actually find a man that's directly on the same level, right? Cool. So what do you think means when you have Black dudes that are, let's say, rappers, multi-million-dollar rappers, right? Black dudes who are a part of sports, basketball, football, NASCAR, tennis, all these other types of things. The higher and higher that they basically go, the more money they make. How many Black women are you going to find directly up there that are making that exact same money, same type of money, that are in that exact same field? Just saying. Like, couldn't we use the exact same argument that she is basically stating that, hey, as Black women go up, it's harder for us to sit up there and get X, Y, and Z. That should be the exact same thing when it deals with Black guys. You got tons of Black men out here that got multi-million-dollar contracts because they play sports. You don't got tons of Black women out here that got multi-million-dollar contracts. That's not how that goes. And like I said, that's completely cool. But again, this is why I told people before that there's an issue when it deals with the judgment and how it is that people want to give leeway to those who want to date out versus if somebody is within, Black men are within the exact same confines as what Black women are talking about. It's like, no, you should still be dating a Black woman. You need to just go back to the hood. You're not going to sit up there and find no Black woman that got like $100 million contract that they got, but go directly to the hood and pull a Black woman directly from there. Don't sit up there and date women that are directly within those spaces that have obtained, close to or at the same level as that same type of money. No. Sit up there and just stay in this one place. Black women, on the other hand, it's like, well, we got to sit up there and date out. We got to, see our sites. We got to, go to Europe and Australia and Asia and all these other types of places. And I'm like, okay, All right.
which results in Black women oftentimes not dating people who are their class equal. And class is not about income, right? It is about what you come from. So if someone was in Jack and Jill, Links Cotillion, Pledge Divide 9, but maybe out of college, they might not make as much as someone in comparison to them. They are still upper class because it's not about income. That's why class is so hilarious. That's why all these social constructs are hilarious, right? And this is the last thing. I know this video is getting long, but also we are not looking at character either. We're not talking about how many Black people have been red pilled because culturally we don't talk about or learn about dating. So the byproduct of that, instead of getting advice from your mama or your daddy, y'all are going to Kevin Samuels and Shira 7 and trying to apply that to developing egalitarian partnership, which neither of their advice is applicable to. And on top of that, then we got people like Dr. Simone's sons, which those men are expected to.
Hold on. Let me just speed that. Because the thing I find very interesting is that when a lot of women mention the whole thing of Kevin Samuels, a lot of women don't mention the fact that back when Kevin Samuels, when two things are happening, right? He had his original platform where he was critiquing men the exact same way he was critiquing women. He was sitting up there critiquing men. And then on top of that, he was also trying to teach men how to be men. So that is how to dress, sit up there and bathe, different types of colognes, haircuts, things dealing with jobs, standing up straight, having confidence, directly about yourself, telling dudes to go out there and work on their bodies. He told a lot of dudes that said that they were like 200 and something pounds. He was like, yo, you're fat. You need to, as a man, you shouldn't be that way. Like if you're a muscle, that's different. But if you're just like fat being, a guy, you're a slob. You need to work on yourself. He was like, yo, what woman is going to sit up there and want you at 200 and something and you're just like fat? You can't even do nothing with that. Right. So, right. People came through, people did sit up there and listen to it. But on top of those critiques that Kevin Samuels was getting, you had women that came through and was like, yo, Kevin Samuels, could you, give those the same critiques that you're giving, for the men out here? Could you apply that directly to women? Because I guess some of the women, they saw that there was like a problem. There was a situation directly out there, and they felt that the way that he was speaking could be used directly there. And this is how you had, again, Kevin Samuels start to skyrocket when he started bring everything that he was originally doing to and for men directly to women. Also to note the fact that you had women that came directly on platforms on his live streams because people only watch snippets. You had women coming there, but like, yo, Kevin Samuels, after listening to you, you helped me with my relationship. You actually saved my relationship, saved my marriage because they listened to him. So again, I'm not sure how much of Kevin Samuels that she paid attention to. I'm pretty sure she did like a lot of other people, and she just looked at the 12-second clips. She wasn't there trying to sit through a whole 3 or 4 hour live stream where you had all of these different call-ins and all these different conversations. Because what people like to pay attention to is the optics of whatever it is that you can sensationalize when it deals with certain things, because that's the main thing that sells. People like this aren't going to talk about just the common conversations. Kevin Samuels not sitting up there, doing like the normal stuff, but he's just talking, and people are actually receptive and they're listening. They're not going to bring up conversations like that. And he's had a ton of conversations like that. But, Kevin Samuels been gone for quite a long time, but for whatever reason, people want to still bring him up. Man can't even be out here to defend himself. Man is in the grave. Like, this is wild. Like, people don't got nobody else to bring up. Like that is wild. That lets you know that what he was doing, he left a mark. Regardless on how people feel about it, he made a mark directly here, and it's going to be a long time before people forget it.
Be somebody's partner, right? Those men are expected to become husbands. So not only is there a gender gap as far as ratios, but there's also a gap in how we are raising our children. We are raising our daughters to be hyper independent, and we are raising our sons not to be leaders. And I don't think that's everybody, because like, for example, I think my brother is a dynamic father. I see my nephew, the way he speaks, and I'm inspired every single day by that child. And I can tell that like, yo daddy is doing a great job. So obviously I don't believe that's every Black boy and every Black child, but there is a gap in how we are raising our sons, and it is making them not viable mates in the market.
I would like to sit up there and bring up the fact that you've had folks out here that have stated that they have the capabilities to raise children to the best possibility. And within that, that also means that you got women out here saying that they could easily sit up there and raise a son to be a man or to be a leader and all this other type of thing. This is why I sat up there and said before in a lot of other live streams why fathers, are important, and why, both sides in a sense need to be there. Because one main complaint was like, we're not, raising our daughters to be independent. First of all, that's the first time in a minute that I've actually heard a woman sit up there and say that is how women are raising their daughters. Because people be like, no, that's survival. Like women, like automatically, as if black girls are automatically just raised coming out the womb survival. Like they're just coming out just like feral because anything can happen. No, the only ones that I know that come out feral were, any of the kittens that I've ever had. Like they automatically are, trying to hiss and trying to make, like a stance to scare off, whoever is basically near them. That's not what happens with children. That's not how that works. That's not automatically innate, right? That's not an instinct that specifically takes place, or happen. But like I said before, a lot of things are needed. And when certain things are missing, you can clearly see what is taking place and what is transpiring. Also, on top of the fact, it also proves that as well that I guess clearly that you do need men in order to create leaders. Because if a lot of women out here are basically raising sons, then those sons should automatically be leaders, every single one of them. But that is not the case, because if it was, this woman would not have said what she said at the last part of the video. So everybody's important. Everybody has a role to play, regardless on how people want to get online and try to position themselves as being the, the best of the best and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, all of that talk means nothing when you're looking directly at the facts and the reality of the situation. Some crazy work out here. But matter of fact, that's the tip video right there. Let's go to the next one.
Men who do not have access to women at all. And they have to go into spaces where women are basically forced to have to interact with them, and they make the most out of those interactions. You see this in so many spaces. You see this at the gym. You see this in stores. Women who work retail, especially young women who work in retail, having to deal with annoying men during transactions, men who won't leave them alone. I've worked in customer service. I noticed, like, for an annoying ass man to come up and milk the shit out of the entire transaction because this is his opportunity to steal some feminine energy, steal some essence, and harass a woman. They will linger, make it the longest transaction for no reason. This is why you literally have to just make it so clear to them that you're not interested and stand on that. If you give them an inch, they will take a mile. If you give them any type of pleasantry, they will milk the shit out of that. You have to be mean to them. You genuinely do. In a safe way. In a way that still protects you, because you do not know who you are dealing with. They will find so many different options.
Let me just pause this real quick. This is why I told people before, I've gotten to a point. I've just gotten to a point. Like, I used to be the type of person, because of how I was raised. I used to be the type of person like, hey, you go out, you're cordial, you say hi to people, and and think again. That's how I was raised. I'm realizing that I guess maybe I was raised wrong. Maybe the way that I was raised is not built for this timeline, and it's taken a long time. I'm still, sort of kind of fighting against some programming, about, being cordial, in public, things like I said, I've stopped the whole thing of like, hey, let me sit up there and, hold the door for a woman. Let me, sit up there if I'm, if a woman is basically speaking to me, let me, eye contact and let me talk, directly to her to let her, know that I'm like, no. I'm toning all of that down to like 1 to 0. I'm toning it down to 1-0 because I'm at the point where I'm like, yo, I don't want any woman out here to sit up there and think that just because you're helping me with like a transaction or whatever, that I'm automatically trying to hit on you, or that I want your number, or that like, hey, I found you a drive. I'm not even trying to have none of that directly in the air, because again, I'm not trying to end up on social media or somebody's TikTok real quick. You can miss me with any of that type of nonsense. Like I said before, it takes a while, because and this is me being honest to a lot of folks directly out here, because people don't tend to understand um that again, men listen to a lot of the things that women say, regardless of you know women want to put out there like, oh, men don't listen, they don't pay attention. No, we actually do listen. We hear you loud and clear when a lot of y'all say a lot of this nonsense. And some of us are like, you know what? We're going to sit up there and take you for face value. So since the greater majority out here want to get online with these large platforms, and you see other birds directly out here, hundreds of thousands, caw, following the big bird, fine, no problem. We're going to sit up there and be like, okay, you're the queen bird. You're obviously, giving the main truth. You speak for the rest of the women out here. Cool, no problem. So we're going to stop interactions. If you even speaking to me, it's like, hey, I'm looking directly at that black screen with the green letters or whatever that computer screen is, where those numbers are. That's the only conversation I'm having. I'm not even handing money. I'm using a debit card. We don't even want to get things misconstrued. I don't want you to think that, oh, my first finger touched, when I gave you that 20. No, 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 no. We're not even getting no mistakes out here. We're using debit cards. Matter of fact, I'm not even touching the machine. We're going to use the chip. Because I don't want you to get it misconstrued that I'm going to make up a situation where the machine is broken, so to bring your body closer so that I may have the chance to sit up there and smell your perfume. Like I said, you gotta start getting ridiculous when talking about this. But all jokes aside, it's like, this is where we're going with society at this moment in time, where there's tons of women like this online who are stating that, yeah, women are are feeling so harassed by men, and men, even what we know, and we're standoffish, and we tell them that they're not interested, they're still trying to smell our perfume and be right there next to us. They're trying to steal our feminine energy and all this. This is why dating is so difficult for a lot of women out here, because women are making it difficult. Women are making it difficult. Do you got dudes out here to act stupid? Yes, you do. But I'm talking about on the greater of the average of times. No, guys are logical and have common sense. A lot of guys know that no means no. If a woman is standoffish, we're not going to sit up there and talk. We're walking in a whole different direction. Like I said, we were raised by mothers. We know faces. So this is when a lot of guys, when they talk online and they talk about seeing women's faces out here, they'll be like, yeah, I wouldn't even sit up there and go up to her at all. And like I said, I'm like that. Like I said, I ain't seen a lot of women's faces directly. I'm like, oh, let me go to the other eye. Look like she having a bad day. Let me just let me just swing around and just wait. Let me go shop for something else and then come back around. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Even if it's at the checkout line, if I notice that a woman got a face and look like she got, a bad day or bad attitude, let me go to the self checkout. I'd rather deal with security thinking I'm stealing something. Let me just go to the self checkout. Like I said, that's how terrible it is. That is how terrible it is. Like it is wild out here. D Love said, "What in the paranoid is happening?" I'm telling you, it is wild. It's 100% wild out here. It is wild. Third Eye said, if it wasn't for Black women working in retail, I would have zero interactions with them where I live. Third Eye also said, welcome to my life at Seji. D Love said, she doesn't represent me. Why are these ladies so anti-men? I've asked those questions. I like to say ask because I like to cut stuff down. That's been a question that has been presented a lot of times, but there hasn't been an adequate response. And I'm not talking about something that I want that's pre-written that I think that a woman should be saying. I'm just saying something that's like that's of logic, sound, and mind. That's it. That's it. That's all I'm looking for. Just a very simple explanation. And when you happen to go to one of these women and you present that question, they'll turn around and say, "Well, men historically have done like the goalpost in everything." The whole conversation gets like shifted somewhere completely different. It becomes the whole thing like, "Oh, well, historically, men have oppressed us and suppressed us and stopped us from getting from our educations and houses and cars, and we weren't able to do this, and it wasn't up until recently women got the rights to vote and do this and to do that." And but I'm like, we're talking about right now in 2026. What is it right now of why it is that a lot of these women just are anti-men, and they're going to go back to the exact same program? They don't have anything. They're going to go back to the exact same programming as if they've never met a genuine decent guy ever in their life. And this is why I stated before, when it deals with a lot of this content, there just needs to be like a disclaimer out there to let people know, like, hey, this is a woman that's probably into other women, or this is a woman that specifically wants other women to just be lonely, right? Because at one angle, you got women out here who's like, I'm going to make them hate men so that they're more interested in women, more interested in them being a woman. Or it's like, okay, well, I don't want the women, the women don't want me as a woman. Cool, no problem. But I don't want the women being with men. So I'm going to put out all of this material so that they're just by themselves. It's wild out here.
Opportunities to engage with women. If you're in a public space, if you're online somewhere, wherever you are, this is their opportunity. They don't have any other opportunity. They go to the spaces where they know women are going to be, or they go to spaces where they know women have no choice but to talk to them, i.e. customer service. I've seen this when I worked at a massage clinic. Men would call in. I worked at a call center once. Men would call in. They're going to try to get access to women by any means necessary.
I'm just going to say the one thing that very much got on my nerves was the way that she kept saying women. That whole thing was getting very much on my nerves because I know exactly what that is, and I've heard it before. I've even seen the spelling directly of it. Like I said, a lot of women need to be very cautious of the women that they follow, because some of those women might be trying to lead you into either lesbianism or into a type of I like to sit up there and just call it trisexuality, because a lot of people just like to try a lot of stuff. They want to lead you directly through those types of doors. Any which one that deals with women, they're trying to get you directly to those doors. Because again, you're like, yeah, look at these men. They keep calling this call center that I work at. So are you trying to say that every single man is obsessed with you? That seems. Are you okay? Like, are you okay? Yeah, men at the gym, they're always trying to talk to. No, they're not. No, they're not. A lot of dudes are there to work out, to just get their workout in. Some dudes are there for like 5 or 7 hours. They ain't worried about you. They're not worried about you. A lot of women go to the gym, not even really to work out, but it's for those women to just go look at the dudes there. Like I said, a lot of women are not bold enough to actually go and talk to dudes that they find attractive, so they find their own little avenues to sit up there and do it. Like I said, like people don't want to be honest about a lot of stuff. Like I said, a lot of women would not be going to gyms if it was all female. Let's be real. Let's call it 100%. Like the clothing that a lot of women want to sit up there and wear, like, I'm about to wear an ultra tight, everything ultra form fitting, and I'm going to make sure that the shirt, I'm not wearing a bra. I'm going to have the shirt, and I make sure to show off that both nipples are pierced. I'm not going to wear any underwear so you can completely see, the imprint that is directly there. And it'll be so disgusting if a man was ever to actually look at me in an attractive type of way and find anything on me attractive. That's just disgusting. I'm there to work out. I'm not there to get the attraction of men. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Yo, it's crazy out here in these streets. It's a lot of confusion. Let me tell you something. It's just an abundance of confusion. But like I said, a lot of women, she got the vanity light directly on, she got her phone directly set up, and I know the type of glow and the type of vanity lights that are directly there. And again, you can even see it directly in her eyes. If you look very closely to the screen, you'll see a circle, which is the vanity light, and in the middle goes the phone. Like I said, when you got women that look like this, other women are going to listen to this and believe that it's gospel. Like I said, it's easy work. In order to get directly to women, it is easy work. It takes no effort. It takes no effort. Matter of fact, dealing with dating, because going out to clubs and things of that nature, right? There was another video I wanted to put directly up there. I didn't get a chance to really edit the video like I wanted to because I forgot about it. So I'm just gonna throw it up there because I'm like, it's whatever at this point. Am I gonna put that worker directly up there? I think I was supposed to place her directly up there as well too. So give me a second. I'm trying to look for the gentleman that specifically had the video that I am looking for here. Because usually I make sure to put all of these things directly in place, but sometimes you get sidetracked, especially for me. You get sidetracked quite a bit. Let me see. We got this. That's about the Black Panther Party. I'll go back and find it. I got you. We'll go to the next one. This happens every single day. I promise you not. I promise you. Let's go to the next one. Wait, was that the... Yeah.
You're feeling like the people's champ or something. I can definitely do one for men because unfortunately it's kind of easy. First up, we have men who are subscribers to any woman's... That's gross, you're a loser. Number 2, men who make content pandering to women or women are their central audience and they're not gay. We see you. Like, we recognize that you're just telling the girls what they want to hear, so that way they'll like you. And you typically turn out to be terrible human beings, so ugh. Number 3, men who are genuine fans of Andrew Tate or Fresh and Fit. Like, come on, dog. There are better male content creators out there than that. You're such a loser. I could do a list of those too, by the way. Let me know if y'all want that. Number 4, men who brag about how many women they've slept with. Like, what grade are you in mentally, you loser? Number 5, and not all gamers, but the ones who can game for like 24 hours straight without a shower. Oh my god. Men, I'm noticing a lot of these are hygiene related. Please get your brothers together. Number 6, and I'm gonna look the black community in the face when I say this, men who think any type of hood, scammer, whatever culture is cool, like genuinely cool. It's one thing if you're like in a situation but you think that's cool, you're a loser. That actually falls in line with number 7, which is men who brag about money and then don't want to spend it on you. Why are you talking to me about this? You're such a loser. Lastly, and this is more of a grand finale, that's any man who's done any type of towards women. Some of y'all are watching my video right now and you're hee hee ha ha laughing along. No, I mean you're a loser. I don't care if it was physical or verbal or sexual, no. No, no, and no, you're a loser. Other men need to start calling you a loser more, and hopefully one day you'll just get jumped. And I can't wait for that to happen.
So I'm a little bit, let me just roll back because I like to just specifically go for the things that, more than likely encapsulates, me. I'm a gamer. I'm just trying to figure out, like, it's always been this weird obsession that I've always seen for a lot of years where women want to get online and always complain about guys who play video games. And I'm like, okay, so would you rather your guy be out there like at a bar getting drunk all the time or always spending money on drugs or doing a combination of both of those? Or better yet, the greatest of the 3 options, would you rather him be out there and spending time with other women, such as going to strip clubs or again, seeing other women? I'm just trying to understand. At least that the dude is at home, right? That he's not. And the other aspect of that, and again, I'm not sitting up here saying that people should be going 24 hours without a shower. It's like people should be bathing. But what I'm saying is that within the guy playing a video game, he's not doing anything detrimental to women. He's not causing any of the negative things that women normally talk about, like, oh, these men out here, they're doing this and that. How many male gamers are you sitting up there telling me percentage wise are doing all of these horrible, horrendous things to women? Because you're not going to sit up there and tell me that the dudes that are just like binging on a game for like 15 plus hours are the ones committing all these crimes against women. No. Nah. He's more so worried about trying to, get a head start on this game that he didn't paid for, pre-ordered, and he has a 72-hour head start. And again, talking about MMOs, and you're trying to get from like 1 to level 67 so that you can get the transformation for your character, right? So that you got the head start. Then potentially, if there's any type of PvP, you can, start to do the progression on trying to mini-max your character and prepare directly. He ain't worried about you. he ain't trying to, be out here do whatnot or whatever that women want to complain. Like it's just so weird. It's like it's the stupidest thing. And like I said, even since I was younger, I've even heard girls sit up there and say, or have complaints about guys being the same age playing video games. I'm like, what world? That's why it annoys me so much. Because I'm like, you can be a teenager and you're listening to, teenage girls complain about you playing a game, which again is stupid. So I'm like, you rather that dude be out there and just be, I guess, like partying and drinking before he's supposed to drink, doing narcotics before he's supposed to be doing it, having relations before he's supposed to be having it, potentially either catch an STD or producing children. All you would rather him do all of that versus be in the house. Be in the house and just be just within that, not causing problems for nobody. Like you can't, my bad, had stuff fall off the computer. Like you can't sit up there, you can't make this stuff up. Like this is so crazy. Like we're living within a jacked up society where women would rather dudes be out here running around with other women or being out here drinking and drugging versus in home playing a game. And I'm saying like my even minus like even not even throwing like the whole bathing situation. Let's just say like people who have common sense and they're sitting up there like bathing, throughout the day. So throwing the bathing thing directly out of there, I'm like, dog, what harm is that dude basically doing if he's playing video games? Why is that such a problem when women sit up there and say that men contribute to a lot of problems in the deals with women? Wouldn't that take a lot of men out of the area of even potentially affecting women in a negative way? If I'm looking at this correctly, I'm just, I'm just saying. And going to what Rabbit said up there and stated, and facts be told, women do not like men who are virgins. These are facts. These are 100%. Women love men with experience. So going back to the point that she brought up before, like, oh, what type of dude are you sitting up there bragging about all the women that you sat up there and dated? That guy is not bragging about that to you, though. He's not bragging about that to a woman. He's bragging about that to the other guys. Just like women go out here and brag about the amount of guys that they've slept with. This is Lord have mercy. Society is jacked. Let me just like, yo, society is just so jacked right now. It's like, I don't know. I don't know. Now I gotta look for this other I gotta look for this septum ring theory woman here so I can place her directly on the screen so we can listen. There we go. So let's take the time and listen to this great septum ring theory music.
A lot of conversation about how men are ruining the club.
I will have you notice the septum piercing theory has not missed yet. Viewer discretion is advised.
And I was hesitant to weigh in because I am a non-binary lesbian. I understand that I am not desired.
She said that she is that's a great phrase right there. She said that she is a non-binary lesbian and she is not even interested in men. I don't even know where to start on that. I don't even know where to start. There's a lot of things directly there, and all of which are telling me that you should not even be having a conversation, even surrounded by or even talking about men. Why are you not talking about women? Like I want to holler directly into this mic right now because I'm like, this is the type of stuff that baffles me. And again, this is the younger generation. If you're interested in only women, why are you making content talking about men, talking about something you detest, you do not like at all? Why not just talk about women? Like I don't get it. I'm lost. Somebody help me. I need an adult. I need an adult. Like this is wild. This is next level right now.
by a lot of these people. And I don't really care about that aspect of things, but what I have noticed is that they are failing the water test. Now, the water test is when you need water, or one of your friends needs water, and you jump the line to ask the person who's currently ordering for water. This has never been a problem. At a music festival, at a bar, at a club, it doesn't matter.
So let me get this straight. So at this moment in time, and I'm pretty the guy's gonna have his own interpretation. I've never seen this before in my life. I didn't know. Like, somebody let me know why is it every single time I happen to go online, every somewhere during like the week or the month, somewhere throughout the years, you have women coming out with these dumb tests in order to test men. I don't understand. So the purpose of this is to see what type of man he is. If I guess if he's a kind man, you cut in front of the line and or whatever, and you specifically tell the dude like, hey, can you order us some water? What? You're at a club. We know you're not drinking water. Why? What do we even do? Like these are the mind games that guys be talking about, where it doesn't make any type of sense. And 9 times out of 10, they're doing this to guys that they're not even interested in. They're just doing it just for laughs. They're doing it just to sit up and record something, just to try to prove a point on social media about men. Lord, and people follow this. Lord.
Until recently, people have started saying no.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You are not into men. Fair. But you are conducting tests, the water test. And the water test is if there's a line at a bar or whatever, you skip the line. You go to the person in the front, if it's a man, and you tell him, hey, get me a water. And if he chooses not to get you a water, he's a bad person. You lost me at skipping the line. Let me start there. Secondly, don't nobody owe you shit. If that person
I didn't even
does
think
not want
about
to
that.
get you water, they don't have to get you water. Wait in line like everybody else. If it is not an absolute emergency, I don't see why anyone would feel entitled to said water. This level of entitlement that some of y'all walk around with is insane to me.
At gay clubs, at straight clubs, men have started saying no. And I just don't understand how you can sit there and ask for all the perks that women get, but you don't bring any of the kindness or respect or just fun that women bring. Like, it just
What?
makes no sense to me how you can fail that test, because it is the most basic thing in the world to just get somebody some water.
You're doing everything except addressing the fact that they don't have to do these things, and you're not entitled to them doing it.
All the
Would it be a
perks.
nice gesture? Sure. But if that person chooses not to, that's just something you have to accept. And when the fuck did that become a test? What are you even talking about? And what do you mean by we're asking for the perks that women get?
Yeah.
What perks are you talking about?
It doesn't cost you a dime. It costs you, what, 5 more words? Can I add a water? I don't know if I counted that correctly, whatever. But it's just really telling. It's really telling about the state of men and everything like that, that they would say no to getting somebody water, whether they deem that person desirable or not. Because again, I've seen some of my straight friends baddest around get denied from it as well.
So your idea of men being better
Wait a minute,
is
what?
diving into your high level of entitlement. I find it so odd that the only time you guys praise men is when they're doing something for y'all. But the moment we do something for us, or the moment we do something that we don't want to do for y'all, now all of a sudden we're all these things. And what demise? Men and women are still getting together at a very high rate, bro.
Yeah.
All this social media shit got a lot of y'all thinking there's a real male loneliness epidemic and people are not getting together, women are not having kids. That shit's all cap. But I digress. It is unfair for everyone else to have been standing in line trying to get Lord knows what, and here you come thinking, oh, you know what, I'm just going to skip the line and go straight to the front. And because that's a man, if he's a good man, he should turn around and allow me to skip everybody and get what it is that I want. Who the fuck do you think you are? But you know what?
Bars.
I'm happy the men are saying no, because this level of entitlement needs to be addressed. But fortunately for you, you ain't got to listen to shit I'm saying, because I'm just a normal guy. Got to keep the change.
That's bars. Yeah, because I'm like, she literally rolled up here and talked about like men want the same entitlements that women. What are you even like? What are you talking about? What entitlements? Like I'm baffled and confused. I don't even know what she even talking. What? Can somebody educate me? Somebody educate me. Like, I don't even know. Like, there was only one time in life that I think, no, more than one time, right? Because again, going by the way that I was raised, right? Earlier on in life, it was like, okay, you in the store and there's like a line there, and the woman, she's, she got her stuff and she's at like the back of the line. I'm like, all right, you can come, pay for your stuff real quick, and and all the other. Now it's like, yeah, I ain't, let me tell you, I ain't do that in so long. I couldn't even give you the last time. I was trying to put down like through some fragments of my mind, trying to put some pictures together. Like, okay, when was the last time I did this? What was my age? Because it's been a very long time. Like I said, a lot of stuff that I did, I don't do no more. I don't do no more. Because like I said, it's not respected. And I'm even just going by like real life, like situations and things like that. So, you live and you learn. And then there's Huggies. You love and you learn. There is another video directly up here. I'm trying to figure out if I did edit the vid. Does it really matter at this moment? I don't think it matters. Let me just check real quick. Yo, Black, what is up? What is up? What is Mo? What is going on? This man Mo was like, I seen her before. She started in Goof Troop. Yo, that's wild. That is wild. That is wild. Let me see. I gotta wait for this to populate real quick. What video was this? I'm trying to see, did I put this video up here before? I don't think I did. Okay, that's the whole thing dealing with immigration. That's a whole separate thing. All right, so I got another video, so I'm just going to say that if there is any vulgarity directly in here, my apologies. I wasn't able to edit this out. I get sidetracked when I start going through and finding videos, because I see a whole bunch of stuff that I want to talk about and do videos or potentially live streams directly on. So because somehow, some way, I started getting to the whole area where people were referring to like SW workers and all of these other types of things, going on and rah rah rah. Let me see. He said, "Father, this woman get a bad rep," because that one, I'm confused on that video. I don't even know about that woman really. I'm highly confused directly on that one. Let me see. That's the one about tipping. We covered that one. Where's the lady that was like, okay, there we go.
I always, always, always recommend to married women or women that date men to talk to sex workers. Sex workers know the game. They know the game more than anyone else because they see men for who they truly are without the mask.
So let me just stop it right there. The problem that I have directly with this is that she's talking about knowing the worst of men. That's the only thing realistically. And again, this is not a slight to any of the workers directly out there, but I'm just going to be honest. They only know the worst of men. So it's not going to be healthy for a married woman to specifically speak to a worker like this, because they don't know anything else. They don't know anything outside of the worst of men, because that's pretty much all they've seen in what it is that they've gotten. They don't know the best of men. They don't know good men. They don't know decent. They don't know none of those guys. So it's like, all I can say is for the women out there, if you decide to, do that, you better take stuff with a grain of salt. Because again, their mind frame and how it is that they view men is vastly different from yours. They view men from a transactional aspect, not from like, all right, this is somebody I want to try to get married to and all this other. Nah, it's transactional. So again, people need to have a place to start, and that is a place that you directly start from, because that's why they go into the line of work. The money is involved. Who's giving the money? The men. 9 times out of 10, what's the type of men that you got to deal with? The worst of the worst.
A husband or a boyfriend is wearing a mask when he's around his girlfriend or wife because he has to tell her what she wants to hear to keep her around, to keep her free services around, and to keep her body around, and all the benefits that come with having a woman in your life. Men train their wives and girlfriends to look down on sex workers so the wife will feel superior, but that's for the man's benefit. The reason that they do that is because they do not want you knowing the game, okay? That would ruin everything for them. A man will praise his wife for dressing conservatively, acting conservatively, being quiet and subdued while he is lusting after a sex worker or someone that is completely different looking than the wife. This is
Okay, so within that exact same context, you have women out here that will obsess and that will like and love guys out here who look vastly differently from their husband. If their husband is about, 200 and something pounds and he's short and he's not in shape, then the wife, you're going to see her liking a whole bunch of pictures of guys who are very tall, right? Aesthetically pleasing directly to her. And those dudes are 9 times out of 10 in shape. So, I mean, what are we? I'm just trying to figure out what specifically are we saying at this moment in time. But let's keep going.
is why I always say, please never change anything about yourself for a man, ever, because they don't have a preference, believe it or not. They will take almost anything because most men cannot pick and choose what they want because they don't have the money or the status to do so. Most men have to choose women that are in their proximity. And the thing about it is that always is in my mind is if men had the opportunities that we have as women, because as a woman, it doesn't matter what you look like, your weight, your height, your color, your age, we get opportunities with men all the time. For us, all it takes is going to the store to buy a gallon of milk. Men don't have that luxury. Most men are not pursued heavily by women because they don't have the money, the looks, the status, or the power in this world.
Now, let's just be honest. And I've stated this before. When it deals with guys, right? We will actually give different women opportunities, right? To a point, she set up and said that men don't really have a preference. She has a point, technically in that we're more open and honest to giving a woman a chance, even if she is not our ideal woman. We're like, all right, this it seems like a decent, cool person. Like, let's have a conversation, all this other type of stuff, and rah rah rah. Men will sit up there and do that. Women ain't doing that. Women are not sitting up there doing that. So again, it's easy to have the stance that she has, but it's like, us women, we're basically up here and we get to basically select. It don't matter what we look like or what we shaped like. We just got all of our choices. Men, on the other hand, because we're not about to be like y'all. We're not going to sit up there and give any and every guy directly out here a chance. No, we got preferences. We got standards, and we're going to stick directly to those. And if you don't meet those standards, then that just is. You're just going to be by yourself. Good luck to you. Like I said, that's the difference. Now, if men decided that, hey, we're going to sit up there and live by a standard, a lot of women out here are cooked. A lot of women out here are cooked. A lot of women are not going to make the cut or the list. It don't matter how they're throwing whatever out here. If you are not that dude's style, you ain't making it. Ain't nobody dancing. Ain't nothing spinning. Like I said, you will see a lot of women out here looking desperate. Mad and desperate. But, whatever.
Most men are just average, everyday people, and that's fine. But the point is if
And
they
most women
had
are
all the
too.
opportunity that we had or we have every single day, even in death, our body isn't safe at the funeral home. There's been many cases where a cadaver is violated. So if they had the opportunities and they were so heavily pursued like we were, they would be taking most of them. They don't get those opportunities. So if a woman thinks it could never be her man, that would be unfaithful. Think of if your husband had a bunch of beautiful women clamoring over him all the time. A lot of these men forget that they're not celebrities. Okay, a lot of men can't afford to even cheat because, like with rich and famous people, there's a bunch of women that are dating one man and they're all aware of each other and they don't care because they have something tangible in their hands. They're being taken care of financially. So they're not in this fairy tale land of, oh, he loves me, he's going to take care of me, he's only going to desire me, because all of that's not realistic in the real world for most people in most cases.
So what she basically just told us, folks, is that a lot of women are fine with cheating as long as the money, as long, yeah, as long as the money is either there, or he's facilitating whatever financially, or if the dude is attractive. I mean, this has been obvious. I've seen this in real life. That's apparent. There's a lot of women out here that will know that a dude is cheating, and they'll be literally looking at the other woman that he's cheating on her with, and be having conversations and arguments, and still leave and go back with that dude home. So yeah, I mean, for me, I've already known that. I've seen that in real life. Duh. But Jesus Christ, Lord have mercy. Wait, what was that? I saw somebody leave a comment up here. They said, you said actually women give more variety a chance when it comes to a serious relationship. What lies are we telling now? What? Huh? That's what we're not doing. That is what we're not doing. We're not about to be out here just telling whole bunch of fantastical lies. Because like I said, and I've stated in other live streams, there's a lot of decent guys directly out here. And women have come out on social media and stated that, yeah, there's some nice and decent guys out here, but they're not attractive. So therefore, women are not going to give them a chance. And this is why women are out here dating the exact same guys that other women are dating. Like what, like how do people just get online and start just like ultra capping directly? Like that don't make no sense. Like that makes, come on now. We can even, brother, at the end of the day, this is the fact of the matter. Women are attracted to guys, first off, by the way that they look. Men don't have to sit up there and do that. Don't have to be specifically by the way that a woman looks. A lot of women, it's like if you happen to just like smile at the dude, if you happen to just tell them like a good morning, like men go through so many things, including depression. It's like, yo, one thing from, just a decent woman can sit up there and just turn that whole like man's mentality completely around. Like I said, that's not the same thing for women. Again, so like I said, when I tell you that when it deals with men, we can just find somebody attractive off of just very simple things. It can just be words, just words by themselves. Like there's been times like in just in life itself. Matter of fact, I'll just sit up there and put it to me. There's been times in life where I'm like, yo, I just end up hearing a person. I don't know what they look like or anything of the sort. But just because the way that they talk and how we sit up there and conversate, I find them attractive. It's like, yo, we can sit up there and have conversations about this and that and whatnot or whatever. And that's attractive. And it's not even, and again, this is a man talking to you. This is not even going by looks. This is not going by looks. This is just simple conversations, simple words. Lord have mercy. He said, basing it on a subgroup who go online. I need you to explain, like, what specific part are you talking about? Because normally when I do these live streams, I use both areas. I use both online and offline because I like to sit up there and tell people art imitates life and life imitates art. They're all intertwined, even if you don't want to specifically see it that way. How you have people out here talking in real life, you got people talking like that online as well. Like I'm a little bit confused. Maybe you might not be privy to those conversations. You may not have seen it or been around it. It doesn't mean that it just doesn't exist. You said what a man will screw is not the same as what he will be serious with. Even though First of all, Shen, you haven't been here long enough. Throughout the whole live stream, just like I've said with other live streams that I've done, I've said art imitates life, life imitates art. I said that. Basically meaning what you see online is a mirror of what's in reality, and what you see in reality is a mirror online. Even case in point, going back to how women tend to view themselves, correct? A lot of women will go online to find what they perceive to be the ideal definition of beauty, right? We can sit up there and say that the internet is fake, that is not real, but women will still try to obtain that. What do women do to try to obtain that? Getting offline and going into reality. They'll now go to these doctors' offices and they'll ask a doctor, like, oh, can you fix my nose this way, like this female celebrity woman? Can you bring my hairline directly forward? Can you pin my ears? Can you do something with my eyelids to make them almond shaped? Can I get a breast reduction? So you got women that are peering into a fantasy, something that is not an actual reality of theirs. And they want that fantasy in their reality because they're unhappy with what it is that they're living with at this moment in time. Are we on the same page? You said the majority of healthy minded men and women are not online. It's crazy to say something like that when everybody has a cell phone and it's always online. So it doesn't matter if you're asleep, you're still online. I can be asleep right now. My phone is still online. I'll hear a notification that has to do with some blog, somebody just posted a video, whatnot, or whatever. Healthy people are still online. Like I'm not sure. Like if you were talking about online, such as like the early 2000s, where tech wasn't where it is at this moment in time, that'll be a little bit different. But you're dealing with people right now that's even wearing wearable tech. So even if they're not even touching their phones, they can still peer into a little bit of the internet by looking at a smartwatch or even using some smart glasses. But it's like, yeah, healthy people, they're not online. Who told you that? Where specifically are your stats directly on that? Because the craziest part is, I put it to you like this: people have gone online and talked about their guilty pleasures. You got women out here that are highly educated and they like to watch some of the most trashiest reality shows online. How does that even make sense? It doesn't. It doesn't even make any type. You would think that somebody intelligent would want to watch and peer and look at intelligent things to bring up their intelligence, to add something, not take it away. So it's like, what are we talking about? You got a lot of quote unquote healthy people that follow celebrities. That's not healthy. That's false idolization. You're not supposed to even be doing that. So what you talking about? What healthy people are you talking about? So I put it to you like this, right? I put it to you like this. You said because the majority of healthy minded men and women are not online. So what does that make you? If all of us right now that are directly here online, if we're all unhealthy as you're calling us, what does that make you at this moment in time? Where does that leave you? You can't sit up there and say that you're healthy, because it's not like you're going outside gardening. It's not like you doing any type of horticulture or agriculture, right? It's not like you taking your time out to read some books or taking some online college courses for cheap. You're here having this conversation. So I'm like, you just literally clowned yourself by making that statement. And this is what I tell people before. People need to think before they speak. Like, people want to roll up here and think that they got a gotcha moment. You got yourself live in 4K. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me just pull this back so people can just focus in right there. You tried to clown people, trying to say that, oh, but actually, healthy, logical people aren't even actually online, LOL. So what does that make you? You're unhealthy with the rest of us. Clown, goofy. Like I said, like, man, y'all be walking yourselves right off cliffs. Just trying to sit up there thinking that y'all got a gotcha moment or a point. You end up looking stupid inevitably. Like, that's crazy. That is diabolical. Like, what are we doing? But you got it. Whatever. Like I said, this is why I love live streams, because you can't get this when you're just doing standard, everyday content. because people ain't really coming and engaging. Sometimes in order to get different people to roll up, you got to do something different. Shout out to the internet. I love it every single day because without fail, there's always somebody like this that pulls up. Diabolical in nature. What we got? Vax said, hey man, loving the channel so far. You got some really interesting takes. It's so inspiring to see. That man tried to hit me with the mo real quick. I'm like, man, you know what? I've had a lot of training from the great sensei that is Mo to read stuff technically a few seconds ahead of time before you continue. And then we had a whole nother troll. Diabolical. See, the one thing, let me make sure to mark what's the name on there for that shin. Let me just mark that directly up there. The one thing I love about the internet as well too is when you got folks up here that pull up to the scenes like, yeah, let me just sit up there and throw some brandings directly up there. The funny thing is I was never even focused on sexuality, but obviously I guess my voice sounds so great that it really gets to people. And you got people up here that really are trying to ship and imagine certain things. And within their fantasy, they happen to imagine me to be gay. I mean, whatever your prerogative is, it's 2026. I'm not judging. I just know I don't happen to, swing that way at all. So, that's you though. That's crazy though. But it'd be like that though. If I just so have happened to have made your day, I guess that's what I was supposed to do. But there's there's no type of parties over here. That's the best way I can put it. There's no scraping and scrambling over here. If people know, you know. Anyways, let's go back to this lady and see what she has to say.
So that's the difference. So I don't know where these poor average men, their ego is so big that they think that they deserve more than one woman when they're not even fully taking care of emotionally or mentally the one that they got. It's amazing. But please talk to sex workers. They truly, truly know the game. They see men for what they are. They see reality for what it is. And I don't hate men. I'm just aware of male nature. I like men. I like conversating with them. I like, laughing with them, joking with them, but most of them are not to be taken seriously. Okay?
So I want people to pay very close attention. All she said was like. At no point in time did she say that she has a capacity or the possibility to have more than that for men or just a man. So again, this is the exact same woman that other women out there would take advice directly from. When all of her relationships, any relationship she's dealt with a guy has been transactional.
Okay. If he pursued you, he'll pursue almost any woman. You were just...
Huh? What? That was a quick one. I was about to let that slide by. She was like, if that guy pursued you, he'll pursue any. How do you think that he made it this far in life? In order for a guy to pursue a woman, he had to pursue many and fail. Like I said, any man worth his salt that has gone out here and tried, you've had a lot of failures. Like I said, I've been honest. I've had a lot of failures myself. Like I said, I don't need to sit up there and inflate no stats or nothing like that. I'm happy with what it is that I got. It's, it's completely cool. I'm fine with that, but to sit up there and say that, oh, well, statistically speaking, because, men chase after women. If he chased after you and he was successful, he's not going to stop there. He's just going to sit up there and keep going. Who said that? Who said that? Just because you work in an industry where men seek you out, and a lot of those dudes are either in relationships or marriages, it is what it is. It is the oldest trade. It is the oldest job in existence. Like, this was going on in biblical days and before biblical days, before it was even recorded. So it's like, I'm not sure what you're even talking about here. Like I said, she wouldn't even know how to even handle a decent average guy, a genuine guy who would not even want to seek her out to have even relations. He would just want to, all right, we can just take it as it is, right? We can just take it day by day and stuff like she wouldn't even know how to sit up there and even deal with that. Because too many women like her are too used to men just seeing them as an object. It's something that they can basically buy, which realistically, and this is not a disrespectful thing, which it is that they can. She has a price. She knows this. She is directly in the industry. So this is not me trying to be belittling to women or misogynistic or anything of that state. We're dealing with the conversation and what this person is honestly stating that this is what they do for work, career, right? Let's continue.
Just in his proximity, okay? Men are so overstimulated by women because there's, Pornhub, there's Instagram, there's these dating websites where most husbands are on. They're seeing beautiful women all the time. So if you're a beautiful woman, it's not going to keep your man faithful. Most men have already either had that or they see it all the time. So nothing is impressive to them in the looks department. Nothing can keep a man faithful. Nothing. No, I don't care how good of a cook you are. I don't care how good of a mother you are. I don't care how clean you keep your house. Nothing will keep a man faithful unless he truly wants to, or he has a really high moral compass, and most of them do not.
But you just said nothing will keep a man faithful. So how are you going to sit up there and say like, nothing in the world will keep a man faithful? But if a man either really loves you or if he got a high moral compass, then that'll be the things that'll. How about the dude just wants to be specifically with one woman? How about that? How about that? He sees he specifically chose the woman to be with, and that's it. That's it. And I want to note to people that if she's saying that there's nothing out here that can keep a man faithful, so then in reverse, women should always be able to sit up there and stay faithful, right? If men are the downfall, the opposite, which are women, have to be fully positive and never cheat and do everything right. And we know that is just not the case. It's just not the case. I've covered a multitude of stories here where women who are married have either regretted getting divorced from a good husband, a decent man, or they've honestly stated how it is that they cheated, or how it is that they cheated, and on top of that, had a child outside of the marriage, got pregnant, by another guy while still being married. So, I mean, I don't know. Lord.
Most do not. So just be careful out there. Enjoy yourself. Just be careful and be realistic about the realities of the world. Because another thing is that men, fathers, husbands, brothers, cousins need to be doing their masculine duty if they're going to be leaders like they think they are, and tell the women in their lives what men are truly about and what's really going on, even if it makes them look bad. They need to put their ego aside because there's so many women getting shortchanged, losing years of their lives because they're living in delusion. They're being fed a fairy tale. You know what I'm saying? This starts from very young, and it's just a huge disadvantage for women. It's honestly heartbreaking.
She genuinely believes that, but it looks, when I see that smile, I see a whole bunch of pain behind her eyes, and that's just me just looking directly at her. Because usually when I hear a lot of women do these videos, they have a type of still face or a resting face, and what's specifically there directly on that face. Her face, even with that smile looking directly at her eyes, I see nothing but pain and sorrow. And I'm just trying to figure out, how are women sitting up there listening to her? And the other interesting thing that I found is two things, right? Number one, as a worker, I'm trying to figure out, why didn't she specifically speak on any type of transmittable diseases? That would have been a positive thing to talk about and warn people about. The other thing I noticed that she didn't talk about, why she wanted to mention that, you men, you need to, do your work and be leaders and teach, all these other guys, teach the women, your daughters, and all this other type of stuff about men. Okay, cool, fine, no problem. I can agree with that. But at the same time, why are you not sitting up there telling women that, why don't you tell your sons the good, the bad, and the ugly about women specifically out there and how it is that they'll do you dirty? Again, shout out to my mom. much love, respect, and appreciation for how it is that she raised me. She is the only woman ever in my life to ever tell me about the bad and the ugly when it deals with women. I've never seen another woman out here go out here and specifically tell her son anything, because usually how sons are raised is that women are just the best of the best. They pretty much don't do nothing wrong. Like nobody is sitting up there trying to do a whole, inside story and a big scooper. And nah, it's like, no, there's nothing bad to say about women. But men, on the other hand, like, yeah, they'll sit up there and treat you wrong. They'll devalue you. They'll sit up there and cheat. They won't mean this and all these other types of things. They're great liars, and right, all this stuff. But I'm like, so what about the sons? So you're gonna leave the sons to hang out and dry? You're gonna allow all of your sons and your male relatives to end up losing their lives behind bars because women like to sit up there and lie and they want to sit up there and fabricate details? Come on. Like I said, I believe in equality. And if you're going to, try to apply this directly to the men as quote unquote being leaders of other men, you need to apply the exact same things when it deals with women being leaders for women directly out there. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, that is crazy. Let me see. Oh, D Love said, I do that also. Shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation. And you said, I tell my sons and daughters the truth that there is good and bad and both. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Because, like I said, when I look at some of the loudest mouths out here on social media, those women are not sitting up there. The same thing that you said, in the same way that my mom taught me, those women are not speaking like that. They're always talking about men bad, men bad, men bad, men bad, men bad, and then that women are just the holiest of the holiest and just get done the utmost wrong, and there is nothing there that of how it is that they deserve to get treated in such a way. I'm like, you have to be kidding me. I'm like, how do we get here? I'm like, this is just like, this is not a good faith conversation. It's just not. It's just not. Like I said, at any point in time, if I were to even have like some nieces and nephews, I would be having a nice conversation about a nice, well-rounded conversation. Like I said, it ain't gonna be no lopsided conversation. Matter of fact, I would actually, if they were both like nieces and nephews and they were the same age, we sit down and we ordering some food real quick. We're gonna have a conversation. It ain't gonna be no social media on. It ain't no TVs on, no cell phones. We gonna be sitting up there having an open, honest conversation. Like I said, that's the way that it should go. But a lot of folks out here, ain't about that life, especially when you look at social media. It looks pretty crazy out here. One of many said, exactly, both contain good and bad. One also said, Seji, many people think in binaries. They don't get any more complex than that. Yo, Breeze, what is up? You said, I'm always talking to my nephews. Hey, much love. Like I said, a lot of kids a lot of conversations need to be had with a lot of kids out here. Because it's a lot of stuff going on out here. And this is, like I said, the one thing that I love about being online, as a content creator, is that I get to see a lot of things, and the things that I see, I can inform a lot of those, especially who care about the kids and the family. I can warn them about that. And the main thing that I would always tell people, I want to say about the tail end of 2023 towards the end of 2024. Well, matter of fact, let me just redo that. Tail end of 2023 to about the middle of 2025. For whatever reason, there was a surge of seeing a lot of young teenagers posting stuff online. And this was directly on X, and it was a X, aka Twitter. And it was a variety of content directly up there. And I'm like, yeah, this should not be here. Like I said, it was a variety of stuff that people's kids were sitting up there posting that they shouldn't be sitting up there posting. A lot of things that they were talking about, they should not have been sitting up there talking about. And I'm just like, yo, where are the parents? Like, even if I go on TikTok and I see stuff, I'm like, yo, where are the parents? I'm like, somebody needs to get their child's phone, and somebody needs to get a belt real quick, because I'm like, yeah, this ain't it. It's not it. It is not it. Because like I said before, and did I make a video about that before, or did I mention it on a live stream? I put it here, like, because now this is going to a whole different conversation. Um, so there was a point in time, I want to say, what was it, about like 2024? Was it 2024 when I found out about it? I think I found out through, I think, what was it, Reddit? I think it was. I forgot, but there was an app, because again, TikTok originally was an app that was specifically for, kids, right? But then everybody else took it over, and now you see what TikTok is. There was another app that was directly specifically made for kids. Now, this is the thing, and this didn't really cross my mind initially up until I really sat down and thought about it. I'm like, yeah, this just shouldn't be a thing, right? In order to make an app for kids, somebody has to be an adult who made the app, which means that the adult has the full power and control, of that app, right? Along with whatever money is being made off of that app as well, too. So even in the comment sections, when it dealt with the rating of the app, you had what seemed to be a lot of grown men. And again, this is a kids app, right? And I set up there, when you go and you can just download the app, and you can just go through and peruse, like how you used to be able to do on TikTok. You didn't have to sit up there and sign in. For a lot of parents out there, I need y'all to really just sit down with your kids and just have conversations. Let me just get this lady off the screen, because I've tried to cover videos and try to put certain information out there, and in order to let y'all know certain things. But dealing with YouTube, and then you got those other folks directly out there that are into that type of content, and they don't want people out there to be aware of what is specifically going on and how it is that they're trying to talk to your kids and stuff. Those type of people will see stuff like that, and they'll cause problems and issues to a variety of platforms. um y'all need to really have a conversation with y'all kids. You need to really sit there, like Chris Hansen. Like, if there was a point in time that Chris Hansen can like pull up, he needs to pull directly up on that app, if it's even still up at this moment in time. Because the amount of kids that are there, and then the amount of grown men that are in the comment section is crazy. The amount of men there that will be donating money, and telling the kids, like, sit up there and do this type of flip, and do this I'm like, dog, y'all need to stop giving your kids access to the world. Stop giving your kids access to the world. There's too many dangers directly out here. There's too many people out here that do not mean well for your kids. Like I said, I really feel as though that investigation needs to be done on a lot of apps that say that they're for kids. They need to make some sting operations happen directly on those apps, because those apps, they are not secure. Realistically, you shouldn't even have apps for kids, because again, in order to have apps for kids, adults have to be running the app, and then you have to question what type of adults are running those apps. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know. That was a little segue there. That was a little segue. Like I said, I get frustrated about a lot of stuff being up here and doing these live streams, because I know a lot of videos that I've done, and it's like, it's just it's tiring out here, and it seems like ain't nothing gonna you know sit up there and actually happen with a lot of the stuff that gets reported, and that's the saddest part. Because like I said, for me, I'm tired of doing videos even on those topics because I'm like, it ain't really going nowhere. People ain't really listening and paying attention, and the people are just going to be right out within a few hours to a few days to a few months or a few years, and they're going to get caught doing the exact same thing. It is tough out here. Anyways, I'm trying to go directly through. And matter of fact, I do got another video we can look at. Try to get my mind directly. I was almost about to put this fight video up there because I was I'm so mad right now. Just even thinking about a lot of this stuff. So let me go to this video here.
5 things that women lie on social media and claim to not like, but they actually love it.
Let me redo it.
About most women is that a lot of them are liars and they have selective morality. So they pick and choose when they want to have integrity. Coming in at number 1, because it's my favorite, is cheating. I done said this before. Women do not hate cheating. Women hate being cheated on. Majority of women, if you have a conversation with them, you'll find out that at some point in their life, whether they was young, old, they've been another woman, right? They've been the other woman to a man who was cheating. They had no problem being a side chick. They had no problem messing around with a man who they knew was taken. I done met so many women throughout my life. I have had to cut women off because they can't seem to stop messing with other people's men. And I don't do that, right? I don't hang around people that do that. That's a no-go for me. I don't play that. But they will sit up in your face and tell you how horrible cheating is. But the truth is, they only care when they the one being cheated on. And a lot of them, contrary to popular belief, don't actually hate being cheated on. They hate the embarrassment that comes with being cheated on when people find out. But if the man would cheat on her in secrecy and only him and her knew that the cheating was going on, most of them, they really don't care. Number 2, a lot of women, mistreatment, they don't hate it as long as you can compensate them for it, right? Like, you can actually mistreat them as long as the money right. They'll give up their dignity and respect for money. A lot of them can be bought. So it doesn't matter how disrespectful that man is. It don't matter how terrible he treat her as long as the compensation adds up and makes sense, literally. Next, number 3, deadbeats. Women actually love deadbeats, right? Especially when he can give her all his time. You think that while she out going on these dates and he taking her out of the country and doing all of this stuff that she asking him, well, why you ain't spending this time with your kids? No, she don't care that he ain't spending this time with them kids. She don't care that she don't never hear him talking about going to get them kids. She don't care that she ain't never seen him talk about sending no money to them baby mamas. Only person she care about is her, right? As long as he treating her good. And if she got kids, she only cares about the treatment that he gives to her children. Biological, not biological. She only cares about her and her situation. Attention. Number 4, women love attention. They'll sit up and tell you and lie straight to your face and tell you that they don't do this for attention. They don't do that for attention. They absolutely love attention. They love male attention as long as it's from the man that they want the attention from. All right, it only gets questionable when it's a man that they don't like. But if it's a man that they like, absolutely, absolutely. You think if her and her homegirls go out and they see a table full of fine men that they don't want to be approached and they don't want conversation had by those men? Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. I don't care what they telling you. All right. It's the ugly dudes that's coming up and bothering them that they got a problem with. But they absolutely have no issue with attractive men shooting a shot, talking to them, conversating with them. They love that. They like attention. They go out of their way for attention. They'll throw other women under the bus for attention. They'll do a lot of things to get attention. Don't believe that. And last but not least, number 5, marriage. Majority of these women absolutely wanted marriage. A lot of these women who accepted these babies in no ring, yeah, they wanted to be married, right? When you go into the comment section of women who getting proposed to, women who get married, look at that comment section. Just full of women just wanting that to be them, wishing that had been them. Right? It just didn't end up being them. And, you know, they'll sit up and tell you stuff like, if I wanted to be married, I could. Yeah, you could, to some loser, some ugly loser. But the man who you actually would want to be married to, no, you couldn't just be married to him, because he'd actually have to ask you. And he's not doing that. You know that. We know that. The men that you want to marry you are not marrying you. So, no, you don't have the ability to marry the men that you want. You could get married. Anybody could get married. Get married to the person that you actually want to be married to is a completely different story. But yes, if they could actually be married to the men that they want, they would. This concludes my list. Hope you enjoyed it.
That was very interesting. And there's something that I'm trying to roll through and actually see if I have it that will pair up with that video, because I thought I actually had it earlier. Let me see if I can get it. I gotta go back and actually pull it real quick. Let me see. There we go. Right. So there was a trend, and I learned this from a younger guy that was on TikTok because he made a video about it. There's a trend on TikTok called "Somebody in This Car." And again, what was the whole thing that people were sitting up there talking about? What was it, like the T app or whatever it was? This is why I told people before, you don't need any of these apps, because specifically you'll have a lot of women that will tell directly on themselves. So I want people to listen to the women that are directly in this car and what it is that they will decide to speak on. And again, they're in a sense speaking anonymously, but again, it's somebody in the car that they are referring directly to. And there's about 6 women in the vehicle.
Somebody in this car always got to answer an OCC call. Somebody in this car is somebody they really don't want to be with.
Somebody in this car swear they done with their baby daddy, but we on the phone with him 24/7.
Somebody in this car is getting a pussy ate by a girl when they get back home.
What? Who the fuck?
Somebody in this car got a boyfriend but still cheating. Somebody in this car still talk to their ex.
Somebody in this car got a whole bunch of niggas but claims she got one. Somebody in this car go on multiple vacations with different niggas.
Somebody in this car swear they in love but get a new nigga the next week.
Somebody in this car just cheated on their boyfriend a few weeks ago. Somebody in this car got 2 boyfriends right now, 2 different area codes.
Damn, we get lost for words. We going bone for bone.
Y'all mean.
Come on, Tweety. Somebody in this car think they over their ex, but they really not.
Somebody in this car want to get married so bad.
Damn, we can't even want to get married. Ooh, we going bone for bone. Somebody in this car be high and ready every time that nigga texts. Somebody in this car was on FaceTime with a nigga and want their man last night.
Somebody in this car went to jail behind some dick.
Somebody in this car don't have no job, will be everywhere.
She just said that.
Somebody in this car love fucking multiple rappers. Local.
Somebody in this car mixed their old sneaker link.
There was none. The thing that I'll say is that, you know, I love the honesty, and it is very interesting to watch a lot of women basically telling them themselves, and a lot of them were sitting up and saying that they were with multiple guys. They could not just be with one guy. And then one of them, I don't know who it was in that car, one of them went to jail over sex, That's wild. Where is your priorities as a woman? Like it was that serious. It was it was that serious that you had to go to jail over that. That's wild. That is wild. And people sit up there and say that men are the problem and how men don't know how to wrap it up and just stay directly to one person. Nah, brother. Yo, that's crazy. That is wild. That is wild. And let me see. I'm trying to see other demo if we got other demo because I ain't trying to sit up there and I don't know. You said if you was wondering what somebody actually got I gotta go back forward. Come on. Because in that video I just showed y'all, I just looked something up again, and one of the women, her face was blocked out, which was weird in another clip. If you was wondering who was answering the OCC calls and what an OCC call was. Oh, so the one in the back was the one that was answering jail calls, I guess. That's crazy. And that's another thing I sat up there and told folks before. I'm like, yo, you got women out here that love dudes that be in jail. It be like that, dude. Like I said, there was like videos before talking about how dudes that are locked up, they winning. They do. They be winning. They be getting some of the most, educated women directly out here. Some of the most women that got the utmost money. And those be the same women that'll be like, I can't date no guy that's like 9 to 5, but you can date a dude or be with a dude or engaged to a dude that's locked up. All right. All right, you got it. You got it. So I'm looking at this, so I'm like, all right, I guess you got melanated folks that started this. I want to say black, but you never know. Because I'm trying to look directly through. I mean, there is a video up here with white girls doing it as well. That's the first one that I've actually seen. Let me see this real quick. Wow, that's wild. And that's from the UK because I'm listening directly to the action. So again, you got multi cultures, taking part, directly in this nonsense. But like I said, this is priorities and people into all different types of toxic relationships. It's not good. That is not good. Yo, Pinky, what is up? What is up? You said this is a dangerous game. Those females are playing. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Like I said, going to jail over a guy, that's stupid. You sitting up there and you dealing with a dude that's locked up and probably ain't seen the light of day for a long time. Yeah, that's stupid. Because all in all, if we're going to sit up there and be real, 9 times out of 10, if a dude is locked up and a woman is still out here, that woman is going to be out here just doing whatever she wants to sit up there and do. Especially if that dude is gonna be like locked up for like 5 to 10 years. Yeah, she's out here. she is out here. All right. That is wild. That is 100% wild. D Love said with friends like those, who needs enemies? That's facts. Rabbit said good D is rare for women and they will fight once they secure them. I mean, I guess. I guess that's how it works. Glory to the winner. Glory to the winner. Like I said, you would never sit up there and find me directly like, this woman is like the best I had. I'm about to be sitting up there losing my life over her. Nah, buddy. At no point in time in my life did I ever have a thought process that, I'm about to sit up there and like, oh, She's sitting up there sleeping with this other dude right now. I'm about to sit up there and lose my life. I'm about to fight for this woman. Nah, it ain't worth fighting for. It's like it's over. The ship is sailed. You got to take that heartbreak or heartache, whatever it is, and you just got to keep walking. You got to do that Bruce Banner from the 1970s where you got the slow piano and he's trying to hitch a ride on the side of the highway. You got to take that walk. That's it. D Love said the arrogance of it to think that guys don't see it. I mean that's the world that a lot of these young women out here live in, where it's like I'm just going to be bold. I'm going to say whatever I want to sit up there and say because they can, right? Because when you look at them, they were like, "Hey, I got the privilege to do so." They got guys chasing after them every single time, so they're like, "Hey, whatever." The one guy don't sit up there and accept other dudes. Like that's the mentality that they got because they're at the stage in life where they think that stuff is forever. And again, I can look at them and tell like, all right, everybody got a wig, people got some makeup and stuff like that directly. Like I said, I don't know. I'm at the point where I'm over certain hairstyles. Like this is where I'm at. I loved the fact when specifically when it was black women, it was varying like hairstyles. Like if you take it back to the early 2000s, I want to say like the 90s and the 2000s had the most different hairstyles when it dealt with black women. Like you could literally say like no, three or whatever black women were not alike. I mean were alike. You could easily say that. Wait, did I say that correctly? No, three black women were alike. Yeah. Okay. Because the hairstyles were so different. You had women with waves, you had with the finger waves, had women with the Betty Boo, you had women with the short fro. They might have had a short fro with like some designs. You might have had like some knots. You might have had some twists, some coils. You might have had some locks, some braids. There was so many different hairstyles. And everybody had like their own individual type of thing. Or even if you saw two black women with the same hairstyle, they were still wearing it different. Still wearing it different. Now it's like you'll sit up there and look at videos and everybody got the exact same wig on. I'm like, dog, what is this? I'm like, why does everybody got the same baby hairs? Everybody got the same part directly in the hair. I'm like, it's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. Like it got to that point as well, even on social media, where when you were looking at body types, it seemed as though that every single woman went to the same doctor. The hips were the same, the butt was the same, the chest was the same. I'm like, I'm tired. It's like it's not. It's like it's nothing different. It's just it's nothing different. Like it's crazy. But again, going back to the young woman here, it's like they're in that phase where they think that whatever they got going on now is going to be forever. They think right now is going to be reflective of them in like 15 years. Like the same way that they can get attention right now and dudes are just chasing after them. They think that it's going to be like that for pretty much forever. And a lot of women end up learning the hard way that it's not going to be like that always. Stuff happens, life happens, but can't tell people nothing. D Love said playing with people's hearts is dangerous. Yeah, it is. It is. And but you can't tell, people nothing. They think that they have the right to sit up there and do foolishness. And she's doing this with guys. You got a lot of dudes out here that are not fully stable, and looking at them, they like to mess with street dudes. I can promise you. I can put top dollar. I know for a fact they all messing with like street dudes that's like ripping and running through the streets, scammers, dudes that's in gangs and all the other type of like, like I said, it's but people are free to live their lives however it is that they want to live. My main problem is that it'll be young women like this that'll sit up there and say that all of the dudes out here are trash. But I'm like, you are the trash receptacle because you choose to accept said trash. It's crazy out here. Pink said if white people are playing this game, most of them most likely don't wash their legs, wash clothes. Oh, that's crazy. What did one of them sit up there and say? because I did have one of the videos directly up too that I was listening. I think one of the friends in a car that she said that one of her friends specifically had like, I think she had like 4 guys over either in like the same day or like the same week. Any which way is still crazy. It don't matter if you space it out for 4 days. Any which one of those is crazy because, like I told people before, all of those specimen, all of those samples, will specifically stay directly within a woman for pretty much almost like close to like a week. So it's like it's a giant bar that is going on in some of these women directly out here. And I feel sorry for the next guy that is going to be pulling up to the scene. My condolences, because you don't even know what you're even about to deal with. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it without getting too intricate with dealing with that. Yo, D Money, what is up? What is up? What is up? D Love said, yes, I love our hair in the 90s. I do hair and nothing is original now. Yeah. Yep. D Love sent up there laughing. Jacob said, it is so disgusting. Yep. Des Quinn, what is up? What is up? Said that is crazy. Yeah, it is. 100%. So now I wanna sit up there and flip this to a whole different conversation. I feel it. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, because we were on this video, right? And then we did this video here. So I forgot. I was about to see, that's what I'm talking about. I get sidetracked pretty quick. So now let me give you guys the other video that a woman made here. Oh, snap. I actually got too many videos up here. Okay. Let me just pull some of these down, pull some of these down. Okay. Had to get the circus music going real quick. So let me go back down and post this one up.
Content creator DD1987. I think it's DD Dane.
Right. So the one that she's talking about is this lady here. Right. So the lady that I'm about to show you is referring to this video here where she made a video talking about the 5 things women lie about not liking. Right. So let's go back.
And I'm gonna put her name in the caption if you're on TikTok. But she had 5 things that women lie about, but they swear that they don't like. And each one that she said, especially the first one, I was like, damn, she ain't lying. The first one was women don't really care about cheating unless the cheating happens to them. Because most women have been the side chick. And even if the man is single, most women don't really care that he's talking to other women. It's like, well, shit, you ain't in no relationship. It's fair game. Hell, my black ass that said it. No shade. I'm just being honest. Now, yes, it's a difference if he's in a full-blown relationship or married, then yeah, but hell, even then, a lot of women do not care. Hell, look at the content creator D'Angelo. People know he has a girlfriend. I believe her name is Ashley, and this woman still in the comments don't give a fuck. And if you don't know who D'Angelo is, the guy who the out of hand program on TikTok, him. They don't care that he's in a relationship. The second one that she mentioned was deadbeat dads. Most women do not care about a man being a deadbeat dad that they find attractive and they want to be with. Because if a guy has a baby mama and it's his weekend or week or summer with that child, that means that you will not really have that much attention and time with that man because he's spending it with his child. Unless they have a kid together or they in the same household, even if the child isn't from that man, as long as her kids are being well attended to, that's all that matters. But somebody else, especially when they don't like the baby mama, oh, child, please, you think she gonna sit here and say, when the last time you seen such and such? Even if the baby mama is stupid, she's not gonna go out of her way and say, oh, well, you should work things out and see if you can, have a third part. Ain't none of that happening. Some women, yes, but most, hell no. Especially when she don't have kids herself. She don't give a damn because she doesn't understand about having that or really care about the father-daughter or father-son dynamic. Number 3, she has spoken on male attention. Absolutely. And like she said, it's only a problem when it's from men that you don't find attractive. Women are not wearing risque outfits, even if it's not slutty, but it's sexy, where it's like your back or a low deep cut in the front, a side boob, or just fitted. They're not doing it just for themselves. And they damn sure ain't doing it for other women to look at. Yeah, they'll take the compliment, but they'll rather have the compliment of a man that they find attractive, that they find sexually attractive more than anybody else. Now, it's way more than the five that she gave, because she also talked about how women really want to be married and the mistreatment. Those are true, but the three that I named really stuck out to me the most, because a lot of women will try, especially in the comments, will lie through their teeth that that's not true when it is.
It be like that. Only so few people can actually sit up there and be honest. And that's the main thing I told people before, that, in reality, women are attracted to guys that other women are attracted to. These are facts, because I've never seen a woman talk about that she's attracted to a guy that ain't no woman even looking at. I've never seen it. I've never seen it. So in a sense, both parties care about a certain type of validation when it deals with their respective partners. Guys, in a lot of instances, if they go out, they make sure their girl is dressed to the nine, and they want to sit up and show off. Be like, hey, that's what I got. Look over here, look at me. That type of deal. And again, you got women out here is technically the same way. They want to know that the guy that they're with is attractive to other women, or if they again like the guy that is attractive to multiple women. Case in point, a lot of these celebrity dudes, a lot of the street dudes, a lot of dudes that's in and out of jail and prison, a lot of these guys that are ball players, women are just chasing directly after them. It don't matter how many women are chasing, more women are going to find that dude heavily more attractive versus somebody that's off in the corner and ain't nobody giving no attention to. They'll be like, no, that's a weirdo. He's strange, awkward. It's crazy work out here. Crazy work. So now this is when we shift directly to another conversation. And I really want to hear people's opinion when it deals with the whole thing of
I have
group.
this table.
So this is a worker. She's a waitress, and she's going to, talk about how, you have people that go out and they tend to split the bill, and how it is that they, tend to order and things of that nature. So I want y'all to listen, sweet Lord, just listen to what she states about one of the people that was a part of this group that came in and ate at the restaurant.
Last week, I had this table. It was a party of 6. They told me up front that they wanted 3 separate checks. 3 people on one check, 2 people on another check, and then one single woman was paying for herself. The 3 people on one check, 2 of them were clearly married, and then the third person, I think, was related somehow to the wife. Then there was the other check with 2 people. Those 2 people were also clearly married. And then, of course, there was a single person. The single person, the woman, she ordered more food than anybody else at the table. She had an appetizer, a bread basket. She ordered a starter salad, an entree, and a dessert. She also had like a couple glasses of wine. Nobody at the table ordered as much as she did. The party of 3 who had one check, one ordered their own appetizer. The married couple ordered an appetizer that they split and a salad that they split. No drinks, just water. The other married couple that was on one check, they split a salad and they split an entree and they split a dessert and one glass of wine, right? So when it comes time to pay the check, I'm passing the checks out. And I put the bread basket, the appetizer, the salad, the entree, the wine, and the dessert that single woman ordered, I put it, of course, on her check, right? If you verbalize something, if you ask for something, I'm putting it on your check unless you specify otherwise, or unless someone else at the table specifies otherwise, right? When I drop her check, she immediately calls, because I drop it and I walk away. She immediately calls me back to the table. And she's like, why are these items on my check? She's pointing at the bread basket and the appetizer. And I said, well, because you ordered them. And she's like, yeah, but other people ate from them. Right? So she ordered a bread basket that has 6 slices of bread in it. And she ordered an appetizer that, you know, everybody, when I went to the table to check after the appetizer was put down, I noticed that like 2 other people had taken like a small bit of it at her urging, by the way, right? I saw her push that plate towards the middle of the table, which to me indicates, you know, help yourself. I don't know what she actually verbalized, but 2 other people at that table took a little tiny small amount of that appetizer, right? So she's like, other people had part of this bread basket and this appetizer. And I was like, okay, well, you let me know how you want me to divide it up. Because, like, what am I supposed to do? I'm not going to go around and ask people, so how much do you want? No, that's your responsibility, right? Like, y'all figure that out. So I was like, I'll be back. You let me know. And she's like, no, wait a minute. And she starts saying to the people, she's like, okay, well, you had X amount of bread and then you had a little bit. And I still walk away because I'm like, A, I got other things to do. And B, I'm not standing here for this, right? Like, this is ridiculous and it's embarrassing. I'm not standing here for this. So finally, I make it back to the table. And she has marked on her receipt how much money she wants me to add to other people's bills because of the amount of bread they ate and the amount of appetizer they ate. And when I tell you the amount of appetizer those people ate was negligible, that woman still ate 98% of the appetizer on her own, okay? But these 2 other people at the table had less than a mouthful, and she wanted them to pay 1.79 cents and the other $1.09. I don't know how she came up with that figure in her mind, right? And I'm looking at, and I'm standing there looking at the receipt. And I'm like, this is, I mean, maybe for like 10 seconds I'm sitting there, but it felt like an eternity because I'm like, this is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. And the lady across from her is like, can I see that? And I show her the receipt and she's like, I'll just pay for the bread. And then somebody across the table is like, is there a way that you can just split the appetizer in half? And I was like, yes, absolutely. And I added those. All I know is that I would never go anywhere with that woman again. I would never speak to that woman again. I would block her number while we were sitting at the table.
Let me make y'all understand something. I would have been pissed. Like, you know, whenever I have, you know, gone out, there's been times I've opted, I'm like, you know what, because I know how I order and I'm not trying to put that burden directly on everybody else. I'm going to have a separate bill so that I can be comfortable in ordering the ridiculous amount of food or whatever expensive amount of food that I feel like I can actually get during that moment of time, if I'm having a good day, right? And again, like I said, like, let's say if I happen to go out and I'm with a group and I end up ordering and it comes up to, you know, depending on the rest, I'm just going to put it as something like ridiculous. Let's say if my portion of the bill would have been about like just $300 to $400, right? Why would I I'm just saying, why would I want to sit up there and put that burden on other folks? Like, I specifically ordered something that costs $300 to $400. That should not be up for other people to split the bill and basically cover that with their hard, you know, earned money. That doesn't, for me, it doesn't make any type of sense. I'm just saying, and I'm just going by how it is that I normally order because I love food. I like to sit up there and eat. I like to enjoy myself if I happen to sit up there and go out. So that's what I do. And again, I don't drink. So drinks are not even, you know, being calculated in this because I'm not the type of person to drink or, you know, or anything of you know, that sort. But never at a point in time would I ever put people that I know in a predicament where people have to pretty much cover what it is that I'm doing. And the other aspect that I want to bring up when specifically dealing with this story that the woman was talking about is that I agree with her. I feel as though that this is something that more than likely that woman has done before, and that's probably why everybody opted to split the bill. And then on top of splitting the bill, I'm trying to figure out that, all right, you ordered all of this stuff, but then you decided at the table that you were at that you ordered a starter and you got, 6 breadsticks, but you pretty much put those up to offer, to the table. Hey, if anybody wants to get in it, you can get some. While then offering that, you then turn around and say that, yo, I need people to pay for this. What are we talking? How broke do you have to be? Yo, that woman is broke. Yo, that's wild. You just can't. You can't be out here living your life as an adult or just going out there adulting and you're just that bad broke. Like, that's crazy to me. That is 1,000. That makes zero type of sense. I can't see in any circumstance where what she did makes sense. And then you're talking about that you want people to sit up there and pay like $1 here or $1.75. Again, like the waitress said, like where did you get these numbers from for like the like okay, so what one breadstick was $1, and then the starter they ate like $1.75 of the start. Like, it doesn't make any type of, like, that woman she needs to just be a cactus. Anytime she goes out, it's a single table somewhere in the back of the restaurant by herself, and it's her and a cactus sitting up there eating. That's it. That's it. Like, that is ridiculous. Like, that's how you make sure that you just don't have friends in life. That is how you make sure you do not have friends in life, by doing some stuff like that. That is wild. That is wild. Wait, I see some people talking about like tipping. Wait, did she tip? Did the lady tip? Did she talk about tipping? I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure if even caught that one. If we're talking about tipping, I'm pretty sure that lady didn't tip. Because if she's acting as stingy directly with money over just a little bit of food that she ordered, I'm pretty sure she probably didn't sit up there and tip. I'm pretty sure. Like, that is wild. That is diabolical. Angela said, I bet they didn't tip good either. Mahoko said, yo, what's up, Mahoko? You said, shaking my head, the lady is cheap. Cheap AF, pay your bill. D Money said, I do the same. Angela said, you should always tip. D Love said, don't go out there and eat. If you don't have the money, it is that simple. Shem said, all that woman had to do was let me have all she had to do was say, let me have a separate check for myself if she was going to be like that. Angela said 300 to 400. Wow. No. Like, for me, I was just exaggerating it. I was just exaggerating it just for the what's the name. But no, for me myself, I've never had an order that high. That's why I was saying, depending on the restaurants, because people like to go to these posh, type of rich restaurants. I've never seen a $300 to $400 bill for food in my life, unless we're talking about groceries. Now, if we're talking about groceries, yeah, I've seen way more than that. And I'm like, where did that money go? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. It's looking it's looking crazy. It's looking wild. D Money was like 400. Senji, where are you eating, sir? No, it was an exaggeration. The highest bill that I've ever had, well, that was due to Uber. The highest bill that I ever had, and that was on my birthday. I ordered some food. It came up to around, I want to say about like 190, 180, 190. And that was going through Uber Eats, and that was on my birthday. So, I decided to sit up there and splurge. Buy myself some food, do something I didn't get a chance to, really do. Because like I said, I don't be sitting up there trying to, go out and stuff like that. Really, I'd rather sit up there and eat in and enjoy myself. Angela said, right. Sham said, Red Lobster be pretty pricey. I haven't been to Red Lobster and Olive Garden in a while. Angela said, don't order much, but always tip good. Yeah, I usually make sure to do the exact same thing. That's the one main thing I always talked about on other live streams as well too. I think even in some videos too. Jacob said most of the friends you think you have are fake. Wait, I'm confused on that one. I'm a little bit lost. Wait, are you referring to like the story? I'm a little bit confused. I'm highly confused on that one. Yo, Tree, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. You said not necessarily broke. Unfortunately, there are people like that. My girlfriend tells me of a friend that you said that cheats and goes to food banks. Mind you, that lady has a good deal of resources. Yeah, it'd be like that. Oh, you said she's cheap. I got you. Got you. That autocorrect. I should have autocorrected when I read it. I got you. I mean, technically, I would. For me, I still just consider people like broke in a sense, because I'm like, why on God's green earth do you want to sit up there and be so difficult when it deals with paying for something that you specifically ordered? Now, I can sit up there and say, like, back being younger, um, with like the friends, like back in like high school and stuff. If somebody didn't have it, people would actually cover. And again, this is just dealing with guys. They were like, all right, we want you to go out, so we got you. We'll sit up there, and cover you on something. And I was like, all right, for me, I didn't like to do that often. Maybe like once or twice, because realistically, in my mind, I'm like, yeah, I ain't trying to sit up there and look like I'm just some type of like freeloader. So I'm like, all right, I'll sit up there and just like out of like a year, if it just so happens, it'll just be 2 times. That is it. We ain't about to sit up there and have like a long like track record directly on this. Like I said, I do not like, in a sense, like having that, directly over me or whatnot or whatever. Now me on the other hand, in the reverse, like it would be just like whatever. Like if I got it, you got it. I'm completely cool, and we going out, we sitting up there eating or something like that, or sit up there and try to get you something ahead of time, whatnot or whatever. Because there's been instances that I remember where going out and people were just like sitting there and didn't like order nothing, and I'm like, this ain't looking great, and I'm like looking at it from where I'm at now. I'm like, I'm pretty sure at that point they were, they felt a certain type of way about it, but yeah, I don't know. I guess for me, I would just opt technically really not to go unless people are just like, nah, man, we're gonna be sitting here for 5 minutes. You about to get get ready, and we we leaving now. But everybody different. Everybody different. That said, I would love to. You said, well, I would have. Well, I would have to. I've experienced that. It's quite embarrassing, especially if you're broke. You shouldn't be eating out. Your priorities are wrong. Yeah, that's facts. That is facts. Because like I said, you will technically feel a certain type of way. It's like, all right, yeah, I can, get something to eat because my friends whatever offered to sit up there and do it. But it's like still in the back of your mind, it's like, man, it's like I couldn't sit up there and pay for this. Like, yo, I gotta get some some stuff going. So the next time something comes up, it's like, got money to sit up there and do whatnot or whatever. Yo, GI, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said these steakhouses here in Chicago, your bill is guaranteed to be about $300 to $500 for 2 people. Nah, we ain't doing that. Nah, buddy, we are not doing. That's not even worth it. Mm-mm. Like if you're telling me I'm going to a restaurant and for $300 to $500 I'm paying for like a 6 or a 7 course or something like that. All right, cool. That's that's quite a bit of food. Different recipes and stuff that you're going directly through. You talking about for like one steak, probably a drink that the woman is going to order 1 or 2 drinks and maybe some garnish or what? Nah. I can't do that. Mm-mm. And that's usually when a lot of people say, like, yo, man, if you broke, just say that. I'm like, yeah, I'm broke. Yeah, you got that. It's too rich for my blood. I can't afford it. Cannot afford that. That is outside of my range. I ain't doing that. Sham said, yeah, the Chicago Steakhouse. be that much, especially if you are ordering ribeye. Ooh. Dez said, for real, at the grocery store, 100 for 5 items. You'd be mad at looking in the basket like, what yo, just reading your comment, it puts me through like some PTSD because it's like I can feel myself looking at the basket, but I'm not at the store, and that's the most wildest part because it's like it's crazy that that you can go directly through a market and you can put stuff in your basket, and even as you're doing it, you're looking at the prices, and then as soon as you get up to the line, it's like, all right, your bill is like $345, and I'm like, yo, where's 345? Where? It's like, what are you talking about? So you mean to tell me, the milk, the eggs, the fresh produce, the beef, the chicken, the fish, automatically, like, just by let me let y'all know something real quick. By yourself, if you wanted to buy fish, let me see, how much was that when I wanted to buy it before? Let me see, 2 halves of some salmon. That was that about like 60? I think it was. I think it should have been about around like 60. It might have been like 55, 60, somewhere in there, right? So then if you decided to get some scallops, because I would, sit up there and make some pasta. And plus it's just like scallops, they taste great, seared scallops, stuff like that. You sit up there and get that. That might have been around, I think, was it about like 20, 25, right? Um, Let me see, 6, 7, 8. So that's about like 85 right there, depending on if that 5 was there or not. So that's you're almost tipping the scale to 100 right there, and that's just with those items. That's not to mention you going through there and getting different types of produce. So you might be in some mixed, a mixed salad or something like that, or mixed greenery. You might be getting some type of dressing. You might get some carrots, some onions. You might, get some tomatoes and things like that. Man, automatically, like I said, the prices for groceries is just insane. And again, that's just for those few items. Your basket is still looking clear. Still looking clear. You can throw water in there and it's coming directly out the bottom with no problem, right? With no type of resistance. So it's like, it's just it's crazy out here. It is crazy out here. Sham said I've had to shop around because my grocery bill feeding my house be around 600, and my family be snobbish. Growing my own food took the bill down a lot. Then switching to the butcher, it also lowered it too. Yeah, yeah. Usually, if you can, if you know somebody that's either like a butcher or works in like the fish part, I'm not even sure. It's not the Gordon's fisherman, but I don't know what to call them. But you got the butcher, and then you got the other guy that deals with the fish. If you can happen to talk to them and catch some deals, or y'all are pretty fine or whatnot or whatever, you're good. You can pretty much do pretty well, bring the price down pretty low, and you are sold. Sold. GI said that I went to STK here in Chicago last weekend, and the bill was 500 for 3 people. Ooh, Lord have mercy. That's crazy. Like I said, the highest bill that I had was about like 189. That was through Uber Eats. That was the highest that I've ever gone to, and I have not reached that in the only way that I would reach that again is if there were more than likely other people, ordering food. So for me, I'm the type of person, I like, sushi. So that's going to put up the bill. If people go directly to hibachi is probably about like 25 up. 25 to, depending on maybe like 25 to 50. Right. So if you got people, ordering that, then they ordering some more stuff, directly on there on top of what I would order, then yeah, that bill is gonna be looking crazy. What was it? D Money said that steak better come with some love me long time. This man. Shem said, I believe in Chicago tends to be pretty expensive. I stay up in WI and go down there from time to time. Up there, steakhouses ain't too bad in price, about 30 to 50 per person. Third, I said $500 is a 3-day weekend in the North Carolina coast. Dez is saying he's dead. I'm right there with you. It's tough out here in these streets. D Love said, "Man, I be at the register sweating in the grocery." Yeah, yeah. When you're at the grocery store and you're watching them just ring up, and then within about 5 seconds, that bill goes from 0 to 100. It's like, huh? Brow start like sweating. Deodorant ain't working no more. It's like, man, it's getting real hot in here. It's like, I gotta remember. Let me check my account real quick. I'm like, these numbers moving a little bit too quick. I need you to slow down on that scan. And that's those numbers ain't supposed to be looking like that. It's like, hold on, let's recount something real quick. Let's see if we can find some deals. Let me cut out a coupon in this paper real quick. Get $5 off of something, $2 off of this toothpaste. Bring that price down. Third, I said my grocery bill is roughly average 120 per week. Sound like you do you probably got some meal prep, or you buy just enough because you're consistently going to the store, so you're not really, running on the empty. I feel like it's one of those two. Either you're doing some meal prep, or you buy enough where you make sure that you're still stocked and you don't have to just go out there and just like, let me throw 300 to 400 and try to restock up on some groceries. Rabbit said, Seji, have they included recycle money too in America to all of the prices of cans and bottles? Let's say normally the bottle is $1.20 and now they add 50 cents for recycling. Yeah, they add that. Usually, depending on where you stay around the United States, it's either in between 5 cents or 10 cents. Michigan, when it deals with bottles, it should be 10 cents per bottle. That's why I love collecting bottles and turning those directly into the CVS around by my house. Because I'm like, I'm about to turn in these bottles real quick, and I'm about to, get the nice 15 or 20 from this. Oh, we sold on top of what I got from cutting grass. We in business. We looking good. We looking good. What was that? Let me see. Most said a couple of times I've had an anxiety attack, ringing up groceries, sweating bullets. Oh yeah, I've been. Trust me, I've been right there. I've been right. I feel like a brick is in your stomach. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. I'm just waiting for those numbers to stop counting down. It's almost like the price is right. It's looking crazy out there. Sham said if you got macaroons and the cat food be expensive because they eat a lot. Yeah, that's true. Oh, you said Maine Coons. Yeah. Oh, you talking about the larger cats. I don't know why I said macaroons. I don't know what I was thinking about. I know I'm hungry though, because I ain't eaten nothing yet. So that's probably part of it. D Love said, I don't eat fast food or restaurant food. My kids do from time to time. Yeah. Kids love fast food. I mean, I'm a fast food person too, depending on what it is. Hey, Tippy, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said, what did I miss? You missed everything, Tippy. let me say, this is the first time in a minute that Tippy has been late. She's actually been quite punctual within the recent days of the live streams and everything of the sort. D Love said, Seji, that's accurate. Mo said, go to the other channel, Tippy. Sham said, yes, 600 weekly is ridiculous. I work with the wholesaler when I'm doing canned soups and need to buy chicken. They mark up the store is like 300% right now. That's ridiculous. Yeah, it is. Yeah, this is why I've told people before that if you can happen to go to the farmers markets, you'll get a far better deal. And I like farmers markets because the money is going to the actual growers instead of it going, to the market, and then that has to get split by, whoever is distributing and all this other. Like I said, it's too many people that got their hands on that money, and I believe that the farmers should be the ones. It should go from customer to farmer to customer. That's how it should go. There should be not, shouldn't be multiple middlemen directly in there dealing with that situation. Wait, what happened? Let me see. Yeah, D Love said, I swear. Wait, I swear that bad. My thought. I got 6 years. Wait, did I misread it? Oh, wait, let me see. Wait, wait, did I misread something? Thoughts, I guess. Yeah, my bad. I thought I read that correctly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Um, let me see. Okay, Rabbit's talking to Sham. D Love said, Mo, please be kind. Thought I said correct. You deducted on the levels of L's. That's bars. That's bars. Kaza, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? You said, what did I miss? Everything. Well, if I could give y'all where that came directly from, I would put it directly up there. It's from a DC short film that they have for the game. It was pretty great. Still great to this day. But yeah, it was pretty much going over the whole thing dealing with dating in 2026. Went over quite a few videos of what women were specifically speaking directly on when it deals with men, referencing, both dating or courtship, or men just, specifically speaking to women out there in public. I mean, this video with the lady directly in front, she is somebody who works in the food in the restaurant industry, and she was just talking about the whole thing of folks out there being, difficult when it deals with their bills. So that was the spot that we were at the moment. Sham said, so I switched to the butcher for butcher deals. Since I became a regular, the butcher hooks me up. I think it's because I'm a regular anyway. So let me just put it to a different angle, Sham. He's giving you those deals because he sees a tall woman. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Down, 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 doom, 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 doom. So yeah, like I said, women get a lot of deals out here. Women get a lot of deals out here, let me tell you. Let me see. Sham said, right, much cheaper to buy eggs, fish, veggies at fresh markets directly from people. However, it can be wasting gas if you're all over the place trying to do it. Yeah, that's true. That is 100% true. That's true. That's true. What was it? D Love said, I swear that be my thoughts. I got 6 kids when you were talking about the coupons. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, it'd be, like I said, it'd be tough. You got to sit up there. That's when the couponing thing needs to be like, it's crazy when you get to the whole point of adulting out here and you got to just try to make things work. Then now stuff that you would never be interested in, now it's like, I got to start watching some shows on it. Like the whole thing back some years ago, I think it might have been even like pre-pandemic, where they had the television shows where these women were just great at pairing up coupons and bringing down a bill that probably would have been like $5,000 down to $5. I'm like, are you kidding? I'm like, this should be illegal. Oh, we need to outlaw this right now because I've been paying too much for my groceries. I've been paying way too much. I'm like, that is just the amount of stuff that they're just able to buy is insane. Like I said, glory to the winner. I ain't mad though. I ain't mad. I wish I specifically had the science on that, but it ain't really work with me when they deal with the coupons. They be like, oh, that coupon, sir, it doesn't actually work. The side of the product, you have to pick one, or the other ones is more expensive, or I'm sorry, this coupon doesn't work at this store. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. This coupon is expired. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. You just gotta, it's not meant for me to do. It's not meant for me to do. D Love said, okay, yeah, I read that one. What was it? Rabbit said, did you see the video of a black man defending Jake Lang? Nah, I didn't see that. That was not what came across my timeline on X. Let me tell you. That one did not pull up yet. What was it? D Love said, who giving Sham deals? Don't have me slide on your butcher. Oh man. Sham said, yeah, I watched that last night, but Jake Lang, he had to be staging-ish. So I'm not sure. D Love said, my plan is to grow food and give it to people in need, and of course, feed my kids. Well, D Love, you are actually directly on the right channel, because Sham I think you can see her comment directly above you. I'm not sure because you might be typing from the other channel. Matter of fact, D Love, which channel are you? Let me see. Which one are you on? Okay, so you're not on the second channel. Also, let me give a shout out because we actually had somebody that threw a 2 jewels in the chat. Shout out to BK Wrath of Brooklyn for the 2 jewels directly down there. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I did not see that earlier, nor do they actually give you timestamps, which is crazy. So yeah, so for D Love, what I would need you to do so you can actually see who I'm talking about, go to, because the live stream is still going to be up. What I would need you to do, let me see if I can just give you the link. All right. So for D Love, I gotta just put it on both destinations so it'll just type in there. So for D Love, click that link right there, and it should send you to the second channel. Because when you click that and you go to the second channel, you will see Sham directly up there. Sham, she grows her own, pretty much her own everything. The only thing she probably doesn't do is, have her own fish. Not like a lake and a pond in the backyard, out there just like, fishing and whatnot. But pretty much everything else, she got, vegetation and stuff like that. We got a brother up here too, but he ain't been here in a while. By the name of Cross-Eyed Cricket, and him and his family, they got like a farm where they got like goats, they got hens and different things like that. And it was about I want to say about like 2 to 3 years ago, he got his eggs directly into the local market. So yeah, you're technically on in the right areas. Okay, you say you sub to both. All right, so yeah, if you go to the second coming channel, you go directly to that chat, you'll see Sham directly up there. This is why I be telling folks like, hey, I happen to do some social media to educate folks directly out there so people can like learn some things and whatnot. But you got people out here that be scared, so there's nothing you can really do about that. Nothing, it's nothing you can do about that. You gotta let people do it on their own time. On their own time. What was that? Sham said, yeah, I get a big bag of rice so people know. Wait, what you say? So people know they can store rice for up to 2 years or longer if you do it well. Beans as well. Keep a good year or two and dry. Yeah, the craziest part is I done had some beans in because it was like back during the pandemic. I got some beans up there. I got navy beans, I think black beans and something else, dried beans. Those been up there in the cabinet for a little bit of time. And those are still good. That ain't no moisture and nothing like that hit them. Been pretty much kept in a dry area and whatnot. So yeah, those can be used at a point in time or whatnot. Sham also said, I can give a lot of advice if you have questions from Discord. My family owns about 2 farms that I've worked as well. See, I didn't even know that. See, now I'm just learning some brand new information. Sham didn't say nothing about 2 farms. Y'all got money. You and Tippy. Let me tell you something. I know Tippy got money. Tippy hate when I sit up there and say that. Tippy hates that every single time. Tippy, this is what I'll be trying to tell Tippy. Tippy rich over there. She got an ice cream machine before I got. That was a dream for me. Tippy was like, yeah, I'm making ice cream. Word, Tippy? The first time I made ice cream was back in school and like in middle school. And we had like 2 bags, one that had like the salt and the ice. And then what was it? I think the one large bag had the ice in it. And then the secondary bag had the salt and the milk. And I think maybe like some sugar directly in there or whatnot or whatever. And I think you had like to shake the bag in order to, basically turn it into like vanilla ice cream or something like that. I think you also had the extract that you throw in there. What was it? Third Eye said, if I hit it rich, I'm going to grow 30-pound lobster. D Love said, okay, I just sub. Thank you, Seji. No problem, no problem, no problem. Tippy said, Sham, that's amazing, and you are and your family are blessed. Rabbit said that most small goats you see in petting zoos are from Cameroon/Nigeria. I didn't know that. That is pretty interesting. D Love said, I try not to use canned goods, most definitely not beans. Got you. Tippy said, LOL, I'm not rich. First of all, Tippy, you got an ice cream machine. I don't even know what that looks like. Tippy, I make popcorn in a pot. I get the oil, I get the popcorn oil. I get my little bit of salt, sprinkle that directly in there. And then I sit up there and have everything pop, and then I get my little bowl, and that's it. You sitting up here talking about you got an ice cream machine. You rich. Yeah, y'all rich over there. Dario said, he said, so many weirdos out here. I guess you must be talking about the videos that we were going directly over. I guess. Sham said we had three of the K's stole one out of Wisconsin on us, but we got a big settlement from it and opened a mechanic shop instead. Dang. So that explains why Sham got all of those, Tony Stark / Bruce Wayne computers in her house. That now I understand. Now I understand. D Love said, thank you, Sham. It's up to you. Okay. What? Wait, who wrote food and have a winery? Whoo. You know the craziest part is I've always wanted to go to like a vineyard or a winery, and I don't drink. That's the that's the most backwards thing, I tell you. I've never taken a sip of alcohol, but it's like I want to like go to those type of things just to, experience and see the stuff there. Tippy said that ice cream is my mom's. She got it from QVC, LOL. It's a small kitchen HQ. Wait, let me see. You said small kitchen HQ. Let me look it up. Let me see kitchen HQ. Let's see ice cream maker. Oh, that's actually pretty dope. Okay. So which color did you get, Tippy? Because I see they got white, red, they got a purple, they got a white with spots, they got a lime green, another type of white, and a pink and something else. Knowing you, I know you sat up there and got an ultra girly color. I know you did, Tippy. Simple process, freeze and double walled bowl overnight. Add all of your ingredients to the machine. Quick results. Makes treats in about 20 to 25 minutes for a soft consistency. Okay. So you gotta have it for a longer time to get firmer results. Versatile, works for ice cream, gelato, less cream, more milk, sorbets, fruit-based, and frozen yogurt. Customizable, allows for control over sugars, fats, and lactose. Perfect for dietary needs or unique flavors like pistachio or chocolate. 2-pack often comes in a set, ideal for gifting or making different flavors at once, including 4 recipes and spoons. That's actually pretty dope. That is pretty dope. That looks pretty nice. The money said must be nice to have. This man said plantation money. That's crazy. This man never said who was dating out there. He said, "Am I since sincere respect? Society is going bat-ish crazy." Yeah, Okay, so you're catching up on the previous videos from like earlier. Yeah, it's looking crazy out here. It is looking crazy. Rabbit said they're popular because they're hardy and more disease resistant than non-African goats. Oh, okay. Sitting up here learning some quick National Geographic facts. All right. I would have thought they were just like ordinary goats. Because when you see goats, it's like, okay, it's a goat, you know. Sham said when you get your own farm, you need like 3 skills: a green thumb, animal med care, and to learn how to fix your own machines. You're gonna have folks out there trying to take out your animals and sabotage your machines. Yeah, yeah, that's the crazy thing about it. Tippy said, I never made popcorn like that. I throw it in the microwave. Oh, you talking about the bag popcorn? I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I like I said, I like to get the kernels because it's cheaper. Because I was just looking at it, I'm like, all right, so I can get a whole bunch of kernels and pretty much make a batch of popcorn for the cheap. Let's say like for $1.96 or $1.67 or something like that. Versus if I decided, okay, well, let me sit up there and get this what's the name of that? Orville Redenbacher. Let me sit up there and get that real quick. That'll probably almost run me close to $10. I'm like, yeah, that's way too much. That is way too much money. I'm like, yeah, let me just get the oil. Let me get some salt. Maybe get some flavor indirectly for everything, and then get the kernels. I'm set. That's the same thing I do for my ice cream. I sit up there, I get the vanilla ice cream that I like. If Ben and Jerry's actually made just straight vanilla ice cream, I would use Ben and Jerry's and then I would get some Oreos and call it a day. Or use Ben and Jerry's and then get some M&Ms or something like that. Cuz like I said, with the quality of Ben and Jerry's, just like the vanilla itself, it tastes great every time. Kid you not. Tippy said, okay. D Love said, I do also, Seiji. I fix popcorn in the pot by choice, though. Yeah, same here. Same here. Third Eye said, a hot air popcorn maker is about $30. You know what? I'm glad. You know what? You know what? Let me go to Amazon real quick. Let me go to Amazon real quick because I'm just gonna have that just. I'm just gonna have that just sitting back there. Wait, let me see. Yeah, I see the popcorn maker that they got directly up there too. Yeah, air popper is about see, I like the classic ones though, where it's like it's the full on, like stand and everything of that nature. Yeah, that one look nice. I like that one. See, that's the type of stuff I would have. I just don't got the room for it. So I would have to just get the air popper. Oh, they got that one. See, now this is gonna have me like looking at a whole bunch of different poppers now. Like they got some nice ones up here. Oh, that's they got the old one. What is that? The original Whirly popcorn maker? Oh. So what, it makes it in like 3 minutes? That's not bad. That bad boy is about like $50. They got a lot of different. Oh, and they got the microwave. I've never seen these before. They got the microwave popcorn makers as well too. Those are like $19. Yeah, I did not know they had so many popcorn makers. Now I'm sitting up here. I'm technically just like browsing through Amazon right now. I'm supposed to sit up there. Ooh, see, I need to get that. I ain't even seen that in stores. Yo, they got an 8-pound what is it? 8-pound serving of the kernels for about $13. Yeah, that'll last you a minute. Let me tell you, get like a nice, little cup full, throw that directly in there. And let me tell you something. Like I said, I'm a popcorn type person. I can just eat that at any time. At any time. Let me see. Mo said Tippy's line, San Francisco median rent is about this man sitting up here looking up the rent. That's crazy. Tippy said it sounds like rich people cook popcorn on the stove. This woman right here. Dara said, so they're fine with cheating as long as things are going well for them. I know the video that he's at. Okay. I think that was like the previous lady, I think. So I think that was probably about somewhere like the 2 hour mark, I think. So probably been like speeding up, catching up. What was it? Third Eye said a winery, I think you can only wait, what is it? I'm not even sure what that last part is. Dara said exactly, Lord have mercy. Yo, love, what is up? What is up? Said what is up, Seji? Nothing much, nothing much. Sitting up here just chatting with y'all right now. Sham said, yeah, it's a neat I said ninja. A ninja cream. I got the purple one. Oh, both of you. Oh, so you and Tippy got the same one. Okay, so Tippy got the red one and you got the purple one. Okay, okay. Yo, C Apple, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? What is going on? You said, yo, what is good? Seji in chat. Nothing much. Just sitting up here talking. Tippy said, not me, it's hers. She got red. D Money said, Tippy got the white one. LOL. Sham said, yeah, this one is better for making ice cream. Sham said, what's up? Wrong with cooking popcorn on the stove. I like kettle popped popcorn. It tastes better. Tippy said, D Money, LOL. I would get pink if they had it in that color. LOL, not white. Man said, sure, Tippy. Sham said, oh, and depending on where your farm is, you're going to need to have some gun skills, get your crew of puppies to guard. It ain't always humans creeping out in the woods on these farms making trouble. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Third Eye said, hot air popcorn maker is the way to go. I mean, yeah, you know, the way that you sit up there and look at it, it's like it's small. It doesn't take up a lot of room. You can probably throw a cup full directly in there and it'll, pop the popcorn directly from you. I would just have to sit up there and get the whole thing will be the butter though. I had to get something. Let me see. Not the oil. See what they got. I mean, they do got butter spray though. Dang, that's a large bit of so we got the natural flavor, it's coconut oil, Dutch spins, popcorn, coconut oil, butter flavor. Ah, okay, so that'll probably be, and then you got the Orville, you got the Redenbacher, the movie theater butter. Okay. Okay, that's butter topping right there. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's like when you try to use the butter that you got in your house and put it directly on a popcorn, it's different from the butter that they got directly in a machine that you put on the popcorn. Like it doesn't make the popcorn shrink. That's the only problem that I normally end up having. Like I'll try to heat up some butter real quick and then I throw it on my popcorn and then you can just hear the popcorn shrink. I'm like, word. Now my bucket is just looking, crazy. Let me see what else we got. D Love said, I've been told I got a green thumb. He said that is part of why I do it. It's the cost. It cost efficiency. I got you. Trust me, I understand. I understand. Sham said I can't even get my family to shop at Aldi's. If I try to do the Dollar Tree, they freak out at me. Well, depending on what you're getting from the Dollar Tree, though, if it's like food, yeah, I wouldn't recommend that. Like that, whatever is at the Dollar Tree. I mean, now if it's canned goods, all right, cool, whatever. But like food, nah. That's a whole another thing. Because what I learned, I think, from working at Whole Foods is like whatever doesn't go through like the main that doesn't get accepted from the main chains, it goes directly to like the Dollar Tree. So it's like it's not even like it's the best of the best. Now, if they had like some type of like Dollar Tree and it was like in the suburbs, which you would never have that out there, then that's a little bit different. Like they're probably going to get at least like first or second picks on some stuff. So you can trust it a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Let me see. D Love said I do the same thing also. And I do it with yogurt also. I buy vanilla and add the fresh fruit. Ah, okay. You talking when we're making the ice cream at home. I got you. You know the craziest part is I've never been an ice cream like fruit type of person. Now, dry fruit, that's different. And I keep telling people, if you ever want to have something that's close to what was the name of that candy? It was like Foot by the Roll or something like that. I forgot what it was. But if you want something that's sort of like that, I would say dried mangoes would be the way to actually go. Dried mangoes taste great. It tastes great. And it also smells good too. Like I've had to actually unpack and put the dried mangoes into the machines at Whole Foods. They taste great, smell great, good stuff. And it's healthy too. So and also for people, for people always say like, they might be like diabetic or they need a quick snack or some sugar, you can go directly there. Third Eye said yours was the popcorn maker was $24. Dario said, "Oh snap! Those 5 things women lie about not liking is on point." You also said, let's see, and look outside real quick. Dario said that she is cooking. Third Eye said, "Imbib equals sip or spit." Okay, I got you. I don't know how I was reading that. It's like I stopped on it for a minute. I was like, I'm not too sure about that. Maybe it might have been like a typo. But yeah, I got you. Was it Rabbit said since gas prices are going up, you need to look up 2-seat fat bikes. Wait, 2-seat fat bikes? Some even come with heated seats. Huh. I don't think gas prices are that bad here yet. I mean, maybe it might be depending on certain areas. Dara said, "Yep, she was very refreshing with those 5 points." He also said, "Wait, are they about to snitch in the car?" Yes, they are. 100% they're about to snitch in that car. Shem said, "I don't think my family is wealthy. We just play things smart." Look here, Sham, you got a very strong PC. I don't want to hear nothing. Now you pulling a Tippy right now. That's what Tippy normally says. Tippy's like, nah, we're poor out here in these streets. We dress like the hen's maiden tail out here. We read and eat by candlelight by 7. That's what Tippy be doing. Most said popcorn, extra butter, and some sugar. You know the funniest thing is I've never been like technically a sweet popcorn person. I've had caramel or caramelized popcorn before. Um, it's all right. Technically, the funny thing is I think I like chocolate covered popcorn more. So talking about the part with the sugar, so I'm technically more for a chocolate covered popcorn in a sense, because I think it's more so of the difference of the sweet and the salt that's there. So Dario said, "WTH, LOL, Seji, where did you find this stuff?" I'm telling you, all of those videos that you're seeing is directly on. He's probably gonna catch up to this later, but all those videos that you're seeing right now, that's directly off of social media, and some of which are off of TikTok. It is crazy work out here. Thought I said, Seji, popcorn gets performance. Oh, what? You said popcorn gets performance anxiety. Yo, that's crazy. Sham said, use ghee. It's the milk. So, what? Lord, reading is gone for me at this moment in time. It's the milk, solids, and fats from the butter and the moisture. Ghee melts on popcorn. Won't do that. Okay. Gotcha. D Love said, "I'm not trying to have a farm. I'm just trying to have a really big garden. I get to attach to animals, so I can." I mean, you don't have to, really do anything to the animals. I mean, you can have goats and have goat's milk, and the goat will, be there and stuff like that. Sham said, "LOL, yeah, the printed meat at dollar store is not good for you." Yeah. Tippy said, "I get food there. Sorry, I'm not rich." Tippy, if you don't stop. Mo said, "Seji, you have to let the butter cool just a little bit." You know what? You are correct. Because every time when I think about it now, as soon as I melt the butter, I automatically just, put it directly on there. You got a point there. So I could actually try that right now. I could try that right now. D said, you got to use salted butter, not margarine. It doesn't have water in it. Okay. All right. You know what? Thank you guys. Thank you guys for these 2 tips here. And the funniest thing is I was always thinking about the salted butter. I'm like, that would probably make more sense instead of me having to throw it directly on there. If it's just automatically there, I'm good. I don't no more, no less. You know. Dara said on video and then uploading. LOL. Yeah, it's crazy what they were saying in that video. D Love said all these is bad business. It's only good for snacks. Um, Tippy said Fairfield, California. I don't even know what Fairfield is. Now the only Fairfield I know is when Chris Hansen was in Fairfield when it or Fairfax when it dealt with To Catch a Predator. That's the only Fairfield that I know. Tippy. And I know you're not nowhere close to the parts because you're up there in California. Sham said, "Did you hear about what's happening with the tenderism sedge? It's pretty sad." Oh yeah. Talking about how the white dude is basically, pretty much trying to be the main guy, get in front of the camera. And I think I do got the video where the white dude was sitting up there. He had the older dude basically filming for him. I'm like, out of all of the people that you could have had filming, why do you have him filming for you? He's basically the main thing. He's basically your meal ticket. And like I said before, that dude is going to cause the destruction of his own business because he wants to be the popular one. He wants to be in the limelight. He wants to be like the owner, probably the person cooking, and he wants to be the one in front of the screen representing. He wants to be the face of the brand. Like I said, he was never even focused on that. If he was focused on it, he would have been doing that years ago before the older guy pulled up to the scene. Like I said, some people just can't take it when they're not the center of attention. It's like I said, it's a sad state of affairs. But every civilization crumbles, and normally they crumble from the inside. So we're going to be looking at self-destruction. Mo said I thought Cedric was going to say Modesto, California. D Love said I bought some chicken quarters from Aldi's and they swelled up. So that was the end of that. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know nothing about that. Tippy said they call it a city, but it's not. It's more like a town. LOL. Tippy said whatever says. Kazaa said LLLL. This is what happens when you don't actually eat anything since pretty much yesterday. Brady's on the fritz. Dario said, wait, there are 3 lies that women tell to themselves. This is a loaded broadcast. Rabbit said, was he the owner or just a mascot or the face at Sham? Dario said, you got me in stitches over here. Sham said he was the mascot and that man is trying to take advantage of him. I think the meat recipes are all his as well. He's the cook in the kitchen. Wow, that's crazy. Tippy said, the movie popcorn is different from store popcorn. It doesn't taste the same. Yeah. I mean, I felt like I got my popcorn close to it, but that was because of the salt. And I made sure to drink me some water. Let me tell you. Sham said, you can tell when the white cooks are cooking and when he is cooking. They try to trademark tenderism, but a black lawyer beat them to it. Thank God. Thank God that lawyer did that. Because Lord, like I said before, the types of terms that we come up with, you know it came for us. 100% came for us. But magically, other people pull up to the scene and be like, "Oh, let me just sit up there and do this and that." And I'm like, "Dog, you didn't even make nothing. You didn't even have anything to do with anything. But because it's a cultural thing, you want to make sure that you capitalize on something that's just that was made by a culture. Like I said, it's weird type of behaviors out here." Tippy said they use different types of butter. True. Mo said, Weathers and Crunch and Munch are delicious. D Love up here laughing, probably laughing at me from what I said earlier. Tippy said, see, nobody knows what that is. Dara said, exactly. That's funny how those comments actually were right up under each other. Tippy said, Mo, where you from? A city or down south somewhere? Mo said, Dallas, Texas. D Money said he wants to be the puff daddy of barbecues, talking about the white dude for the tenderism stuff. Yeah. Sam said, right now, I think they fired him and tried to trademark tenderism. Black people beat him to it. And they are boycotting the white man's establishment, as they should. Dara said, I think that they do like the competitors amongst themselves. Oh, you talking about the girls in the video? Yeah. Tippy said, I want to visit Texas one day. I hear the food is amazing down there. Yeah, I've heard that too. Texas got some pretty, pretty good food down there. You know. Tippy said Texas is definitely cheaper than crazy California. D Love said 100%. Third Eye said that the lawyers trying to give tenderism the TM, but I think he refused it. Man, oh, you talking about to the older guy? Man, yo, I this is when I sit up there and say, when it deals with like a lot of older guys out here. We got a lot of older guys out here that are very special. They got a lot of great skills, but the problem happens is that they don't have a lot of family out there that care about them, or any family. Because what should have happened is that older guy that's pretty much the mascot for, the whole tenderism thing, his family should have been the one to pull up to the scene and really, protect him and fight directly for him and speak directly to him. Because I'm pretty sure the older guy is probably on some loyalty / something else. And he I don't know. It's man, I wish he had somebody that really cared. Rabbit said, I hate it when people ask me what I did to lose weight. I was broke. Sam said, like, to me, the old black man should have been cut a partnership. It's clear that the white man didn't cue him, didn't cut him nothing, and was just taking advantage of him. I worried about the old man. He got fired. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. Sham said he got that white man in his ear talking crazy. That old man didn't understand what was going on. He needed his family to step up. Yeah, I put it to you like this. It's sort of like the Stan Lee situation. If you watch the documentary that somebody made on Stan Lee, it's a very heartbreaking, documentary to understand that Stan Lee was basically getting taken advantage of. And he didn't have anybody in his corner to, really take care of him and to look out for him. Like, they were just using him because he was like the meal ticket, he was the money, and everybody else was just cashing in. It's crazy. Wait, what is it? Jay said, you're a Skippy. I don't even know what that means. Sham said, yeah, the old man, I don't think he understands his own worth. Yeah. D Love said, hey, poverty is the best diet. I always say. Tippy said it's in their DNA to still not surprised. Yeah, that's wild. I didn't know it was that bad. I'll probably do some looking into it. A little bit later. Probably sit up there and look into that. Somebody said high versus low stimulation for toddlers. So they got the low stimulation percentage. They're looking at this Asian dude talking about showing high and low stimulation with his daughter. Yeah, he got a point. Yeah, you got a point. Oh, that's crazy. I gotta make sure to get that video right there. But yeah, I'm gonna sit up there and look directly into that because I was about to get sidetracked while looking directly over there. Tippy said, can you really lose fat by not eating at all? Jason, in other words, you ain't lying, brother. Mo said, LOL, being poor keeps your BMI in the normal range. Tippy said, lose fat. Mo said, I feel like Tenderism guy will have food trucks and other restaurants fighting to get him on their staff. Sham said, LOL, he certainly will have his own investments. Yeah, that's true. Let me just sit up and look at something. I could probably get it to just pop up. 10. Let me see. The viral BBQ master, Walter, Mr. Tenderism Johnson, blew up the Destination Smokehouse with the Tenderism catchphrase and epic ribs. Then Keith Lee tried to give him 4K. Saw that video. I think I got that video. Security blocked it. Owner Nick Trademark terrorism sparking exploitation backlash. And Unc and the owner says all good, but the fans call it staged and shady. Boycott, strong vibes. And then that was the previous video. He went up there and filmed. Who is this dude in the background? It's really sad that this happened, protecting intellectual property. Like the older dude just looked tired. Just to be real. What is he like? That's the craziest stuff. Sitting up there trying to tell Keith Lee, like, don't just give it to one person. Give it to every. What are you talking? How are you going to sit up there and try to dictate to somebody giving money that how they need to give it out? This month, man. Let me calm down. Let me calm down. let me. ah. Ooh, let me calm down. Let me just calm down. You know what? Let me just calm down. Let me calm down. And then the craziest part is that dude Mexican? Because I clearly just sat up there and saw that would explain the cooks in the background. Because I sat up there, I clearly just saw this dude. Hold on, let me pull back. What that jacket that dude was wearing? Because I clear cut. Somebody can let me just get these. Let me get these real quick. Let me get these pictures real quick because maybe I'm seeing stuff. Maybe I'm seeing some stuff. Let me see. Let me get that black jacket. Where's that? We're going. So let me look at these colors real quick. Let me look at these colors real quick. Okay, Italian. Let me just make sure it's directly where it's supposed to be, right? Okay. Let me see. What was side by side, going left to right. Yeah, it should be let me look at that real quick. Yeah, that's Italy. So we got an Italian. Wait. Let me look at the type of green. Hold on. Look here, he's either Italian or Mexican. I ain't about to sit up and try to decipher this. We're not even about to sit up there and do this. I'm about to give you all these two pictures directly in front of y'all real quick. Because that sat up there and called me right down like, so we got some folks out here playing some games. Yeah, we got some folks out here playing some game. Like I said, this is how stuff don't be looking too good for the collective out there. Because as soon as you got folks out here pulling some nonsense, yeah, nah, brother, we ain't doing it. Like I said, everything is all fun and games up until you can't sit up there and make that the same money no more. Like I said, where the circles at? Let me see where's the circles. What just happened to my elements? Okay, there we go. Yeah, so let me just put one circle there. Let me copy that. Technically, he got quite a few flags directly up there. Some of those I cannot tell you what they are specifically. And I'm too lazy at this point to actually look those up. So let me just highlight. Let me just throw this directly in front of y'all real quick. Oh, I gotta take Shams. What's the name? Let me see. Brother. All right, let me take that what's the name down real quick. That barcode, where is it located? Let me see, it's the dark particles. Okay, that's that one. Okay. Yeah, so when you see the images right there, I got, two different things. I got Italian, and then you also got Mexican, depending on how dark the green is, I'm guessing. But yeah, this ain't it. This ain't looking too good. D Love says super controlling, doesn't want that man to have anything he doesn't own him. Yep. TV said show the video. Well, it got some stuff directly audio wise. It got some stuff to it. I would have to, edit that. It was a compilation video somebody had put together though. Let me see what the country is delicious. I gotta scroll back down real quick. Hold on, give me a second. It says show the video. That's evil to take advantage of elderly people. People are so evil. Sham said that was what I was saying. Keith Harris is the black lawyer that trademarked tenderism. Sham said, LOL, he will certainly lose his investors. Third, I said, I knew the tenderism guy didn't own the restaurant because if he did own the restaurant, he would have been famous in the black community long before it went viral. Yeah, that's true. D Love said, super controlling, doesn't want that man to have anything he doesn't own. Tippy said, Armenian. Wait, is he Armenian? Because I'm like I said, the two flags that I spotted, the main two flags that I recognized were those directly up there. Shem said Nicki Minaj tether self out here going after Don Lemon. Oh yeah, I saw that video. Don Lemon cooked her. He sat up there and cooked her. Like she better not respond. Like this is when I sit up there and tell, like, Nicki Minaj is used to going back and forth with rappers, right? People on her exact same field. Her trying to do this with a journalist that's been doing this during her lifetime, it's not going to end well. He has the resources and he has the money to pull up whatever records that he needs to pull up to literally make a 1 hour special specifically about her. She don't want to do this. She's going to lose it's going to be the worst loss she will ever face. And again, I'm not sure if she's going to be able to pull back from that. She is barely pulling back from the whole thing of going directly with the Republican Party. People want to deport her directly up out of here. And Don Lemons was like, Nicki Minaj needs not to be talking because she herself is undocumented. Ooh. He was like, you need to be quiet before I call eyes on you. First of all, Don Lemons, you're dealing with a black man who is very knowledgeable, very resourceful, who has had to go at it with some of the other political folks directly out here. He can be directly in the kitchen while it's burning with no problem. On top of the fact, Don Lemons is a gay male. This is not where Nicki Minaj should sit. This is just not a battle for her. This is just not a battle. This is not it. You're going to lose. You are going to lose to a journalist. Is Nicki Minaj. Just sit it out. This ain't Cardi B. This ain't the back and forths that you normally sit up there and have with folks. Sit this one out. Whoever is a part of the Nicki Minaj fan club, you better tell your guy to sit this one out. It is not going to look well. And when Don Lemons, if he decides to go all in and he starts talking about the men that she associates herself with and supports, is going to make every single person who is a Nicki Minaj fan and a supporter who idolize her is going to make all of them look like weirdos. Like I said, she needs to sit this out. Tippy said, how you going to tell a grown man what to do with his money? Yeah. Dario said, exactly. I just happen to usually go for, I will pay for the whole check. Is you said I choose to join my friends and I am the only single person at that table. It feels good to take care of things specifically. Yeah, that's true. Especially, sorry. Dario said, when done in secret. Dario said it became a funny joke that I suggested we all run without paying. Oh, that's not good. That's all bad. Mo said the name is Nicholas Yepperman. Yeah, so it's probably, yeah, I think what did Tippy say, Armenian? So yeah, it's somewhere up there, somewhere probably like some Italian, Armenian, somewhere up in there. Sham said she was always trashing me too, talking about Nicki Minaj, yeah. Dario said the frugality for me only applies at home. I said, okay, I'm fully caught up. Okay, I got you. You said, what is up, people? Nothing much. Actually been replying to everything that you were saying in the comment section as you were typing it. Daryl said, yeah, on that tenderism debacle. Mo said, yeah, the first flag on the shirt on the bottom is an Armenian flag. Somebody know who to call. Somebody get the people on this dude, because you ain't about to be treating this old man like this. Somebody call him down there. That's wild. That is wild. Sham said this old man is late years, like he's supposed to be retired and he got to work at his old age. Yeah, that's crazy. Daryl said it was Sepatink to this one, but the unk seems to be okay with it. D-Love said, yep, Don Lemon read her, and I'm glad he did, because people forgot she is married to who she's married to and where she is from. Yep. Daryl said, actually, Nikki seems to be a plant. She just attached herself to the machine a bit too late. Yep. Daryl said, and when even Don Lemon applies FBA on her, FBA on her, she is clearly out of her league. That is bars. Third Eye said, if I call ICE on Nikki, will I get my reward? Probably not. It's a good thought, though. It's a good thought. Sam said, no, Unc is old. He don't seem okay. I think Unc is trying to keep his job because that's what's keeping him fed, and that is what he is used to at the age he comes from, that era. Dario said, it will not end well for Nikki L. It won't. Like I said, people wanted to sit up there and talk about like Kanye doing stuff, whatever to his career. Yeah, for Nikki, yeah, it's not going well. It's not. She's not going to be able to pull back from this. Nikki is not a billionaire. She don't have clothing and shoes directly out here and all this other type of stuff. Yes, it's not looking good. Like I said, she was probably, as soon as I saw her on, this is her second time dealing with politics. She's been done with music for a while. And she's been looking for an out, and she's trying to use this as her out. This is her retirement run. Sham said, let me see. D-Love said, I want her to get called out in full. Yep, that brother, she got two at SEIJIHITO. Yep. Third said, and Nikki and Drake's Cam 2, it will be Not Like Us all over again. Sham said, I would not listen to Nikki or Cardi B's music. Like, to me, I don't hold myself like that, so it don't appeal to me. She made money degrading Black women, just don't like it. Bushido said, you don't jump in the ring with Tyson because you think you can box. Yeah, that's bars. That's bars. You also said, okay, typed up twice, got you. Rabbit said, let's be honest, Nikki became irrelevant. The moment she stopped shaking. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, the moment in time that you didn't see Nicki Minaj just out there, doing what she normally does and trying to stay relevant is pretty much just done. And the funniest thing is, a lot of folks like to sit up there and say that, when dudes are doing sports, they have like this certain like time limit that they can, sit up there and do. Maybe, at the most, maybe 15 years, right? When it deals with like women who are rappers, I feel as though that their time is even quicker. Because the only way for a lot of female rappers to really stay relevant, they have to attach themselves to the younger female rappers coming up. That's realistically the only way for them to sit up there and do it. Because their population of those who like their music are aging along with them. It's not getting younger. So they have to attach themselves to the younger ones coming directly in order to keep that new, those new eyes directly on them. And also it also depends on the music. Like I said, Beyonce, she got, fields of music out there, and she wasn't just out there just like, I'm about to sit up there and sell my body and this is all what I'm about, aka Ice Spice and a few others directly out there. She got a whole discography, when it deals with her music. That's dealing with different types of sounds and stuff like that. Nicki Minaj is pretty much a one-trick pony, to be honest. Like that's pretty much it. Shout out to plastic surgery. Sham said, trying to say it nicely, but I'm not a garden tool. I was raised with a father to carry myself a certain way. So how music doesn't, so that's why that type of music does not appeal to me. The garden tool music, I gotta state it differently. Thought I said, I still think Nicki did the casting couch to become famous. I mean, that's possible. That is highly possible. Bushido said you don't jump into. Wait, is that just a retype from earlier? I think that must be, maybe it's an error or something like that. Shem said, frankly, a lot of these female rappers have hung on to being a certain way. And it wasn't like Missy or Queen Latifah and etc. Yeah, those women, like they were able to like rap and had skills and stuff like that. Like they say, stuck on stupid with all of that money. Tippy said TP USA are all hypocrites. They say women should be modest, obey their husbands, be traditional, stay at home wives, and Nicki is the complete opposite of that. Yeah, like I said, she knows exactly what it is. They know exactly what it is, and I guess the money is green directly over there, so she is willing to, be over there. Thought I said Bushido was spamming. Yeah, I'm not sure if it might have been like a typo thing or something like that, but. But yeah, pretty much that was it, guys. Whoa, we've actually been here for like 4 hours. You got to be kidding me. I blame the fact that I was looking up the popcorn makers on Amazon for the for that reason. Let me see. That was January 15th. Yeah, I wish Uncle would have had some nice family. Now I'm sitting up here looking up tenderism on X, and a lot of videos popping up technically don't really got to do with the topic. So it's a whole different topic. Like it's just wild out here. Yep, Armenian. Like, dog, it's some crazy work when like barbecue is an American thing. It's crazy when somebody else from somewhere over yonder comes directly over here and is like, yeah, this is what we do. No, you don't. No, you don't. Why are you here? I like, dog. Let me tell you something. I will probably crash out if I ever see somebody that is Armenian doing soul food. No, brother, you need to do your culture's food. Don't you dare sit up there and touch anything black. Like I said, it's getting to that point, and this is why I said before, a lot of when it deals with Black Americans, start gatekeeping. You got to start doing that because it's getting wild out here. Because like I said before, you're watching in real time as folks are able to make money off of somebody, but they can't make money off themselves. Like it is wild out here, man. Like I said, I feel sorry for the old man. I hope things, get better and work out. Sham said, like the brat had good talent. My favorite was MC Light, and she was talented too. These new female rappers are garbage. Take away the gardenism, and you got just trash artists with trash music. Yeah, there's just like Ice Spice. Yep. Yep. Let me see. Ash said, I'm surprised nobody pulled a LeBron on her and said, just shut up and dribble. You live up here laughing. Bushido said, I don't know why that was showing up twice. Her getting to politics reminds me of the scene of the Boondocks with Thugnificent talking about politics. Yeah. Yep. Mo said, Seji, I have to name drop, go to what is that? Later guys video from February 25th on Destination Smokehouse. Go to the end of the video and listen from the white man's own mouth how old school put him on. I think that video might be on X, as a matter of fact, because there was a few people actually. They did some kind of in-depth videos. I just didn't look at them, at the moment. But yeah, I'm going to sit up there and check that out. I am going to look that out. Like Matrix said, yep, that is an Armenian and an Italian flag. Tenderism. Life said colonizers. Let me see. Oh, we got straight trolls in here. No problem. To the shadow realms you go, to never be heard or seen from ever again. Shout out to the trolls though. Tippy said that man looks like a 3K white team member. Jake Long being saved by two black men from a crowd of two white people. Wait. Okay, so the Jake Long thing, if you're talking about the white dude that was getting pulled from a building, I think I know what y'all talking about. Dara said, D, gatekeeping is a must. I am not even joking. Yeah, because it is getting crazy out here right now. You said living in Asia, there are industries based off of black communities' cultures. I believe it. I 1000% believe it. Rabbit said, Seji, I had a huge crush on Missy Elliott as a kid. I don't know if it was the lighting, but she had really beautiful. Yeah, I did too. 100%. Yo, like I told people before, I had a crush on. Oddly enough, everybody I'm gonna name ended up being a lesbian. I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. Yeah, Queen Latifah, living single. You had Missy Elliott. And then you also had the brat. Well, the brat, she didn't become a lesbian up until later, but all three of them basically lesbians. And I'm talking about Raven Simone when she was, back on That's So Raven, Disney Channel. But yeah, like I said, for me, all of them look beautiful. They were highly talented, and to me, look great. So I'm like, it just so happens they ended up being lesbian. I'm like, well, well, that's some crazy work. That is some crazy work. Original, what is up? You said everybody takes and steals and copies from our people. That is facts. Yo, Ty, what is going on? Ty said, I'm at work, so I'm listening, but not active. Gotcha. You said I had something to show you too. All right, I got you. Oh wait, let me go to Discord real quick. Because I know Ty's gonna sit there and say, like, yo, check Discord real quick. The problem is, am I signed in? Let me see, open Discord. Okay, I am actually signed in, so that worked out. I gotta wait for it. Discord. Okay, there we go. Discord is up. Do. All right, let me see. All right, so I'm directly on the Discord page. Just in case he sends it. Oh, we got the trolls up in here. Shout out to the trolls. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And you just made it easier to get you banned. Good job. Congratulations. To the Shadow Realm with Mokuba and Joey Wheeler. Good job. Anybody else that want to, troll and, pull back and try to write some racism in chat, pull up to the scene. Everybody can get a ticket. Any and everybody can get a ticket. We are about that life here. Pull directly up. Pull directly up. Like I said, I got a list full of folks directly in the back. I got all of y'all profiles in the background added to the list. All in the pot of greed and despair. You are sitting directly in there. We got D-Lo said, sitting up there laughing. Let's see. Shauna said, did you get my email? Oh, I'm glad you reminded me. Thank you. Let me actually check at this moment. Let me see. Where did it? Do. Make sure I went to the right one. I went to the wrong one. Hold on, me. Oh Lord, I think I actually have to. Might have to do it with my phone. Because on the computer, not fully signed in. So let me try to go to it real quick. Trying to figure out which one this is. Okay, so this is the right. Okay, I see. Wait, let me go back. There you go, right there. So you said, do you think this is because of the new wave? Let me see. Am I signed into Facebook? I should be all right. Oh no. What is going on? Let me, Shauna, let me tell you that is terrible. And the funniest thing is, I got other videos just like the one that you sent me. That's crazy. The thing that I went over before is the fact that Tippy was like, "Why do I hear smack?" No, because the guy in the video was like a younger dude. He was sitting up there explaining some situation, but he was moving around like a girl. And he was doing the lip smacking and the clapping of his hands while he was sitting up there explaining the whole story and whatnot. Usually what you would find women sitting up there doing. And I'm like, brother, what's going on here? I'm like, this is not it. And I would agree. I would say yes. And the reason why to Shauna, to your what you wrote directly in email, I would sit up there and say yes, due to the fact that I've explained quite a few times that when it deals with a lot of these young black boys directly out here and they're growing up, and they're around, like the women of their family or their mothers, and they see how the father is treated, how the father gets talked about, and it may be referenced that the young boy looks like the father and all this other type of stuff. And usually what a child wants to do is to be loved by the mother. They don't want to be loathed. They don't want to be, hated or resented or anything like that. So they will try to morph or to take on um other things in order to separate themselves from what is deemed to be a negative, right? So if they quote unquote, you look just like your daddy and all this other type of stuff. So then it's like, all right, he may look like him now, but he's going to start switching stuff up, right? It's going to be, like the hair, some color or something like that. Start doing a variety of different, piercings, clothing is going to start to be different. They're going to start to emulate what it is that the women specifically there do, and how it is that they talk and walk and act, and and things like that, on top of other things that specifically happen as well. But I'm just saying. Uh, wait. Tippy said you had to spell like that. Yeah, basically, yeah. Thought I said no monster reborn cards here. That's bars. Sham said Orange and Chief here about to put us in World War III and the Civil War at the same time. He's trying to drop an army on Minnesota. I think last I heard about 5,000 troops. Yeah, I think I did hear about that. I think I did hear about that. I think what I would actually do, I would have to get some more videos together, but I'll figure out if I might do it as a live stream or do it as an actual video. Shauna, I'll probably either, because that's what I normally do. So I'll probably add it into a video or a live stream, and that way we can see it and have conversations specifically about it. And again, I know people like to get sensitive about a lot of stuff, but again, stuff got to be talked about because it's a lot of stuff out here that's getting crazy. Okay, wait. So wait, you just sent something. I got you. Oh wait. We oh, you weren't here for the what's the name? Wait, let me see. Because the funny thing, Ty, is we went over. Let me see something. Matter of fact, well, he said, what's that? I can't even play that one there. Yeah, let me tell you, Ty, when we sat up there and went over that video, people had jokes. People had jokes about her. Like, let me tell you something. And then the crazy part is, again, she wanted to sit up there and try to call the dude unattractive. I'm like, you done lost your mind. I'm like, you crazy. Your whole mouth is bigger than Kermit the Frog's, and he's a puppet. It was wild, straight wild. She is a cat. She looked like one of the Titans from Attack on Titan. And y'all know which one I'm sitting up there talking about. It's the rideable Titan, the one that be on all fours. That's exactly what her mouth looked like, looking crazy. Then got the nerve to sit up there and call somebody unattractive and saying that the dude is lucky that she's with him. That is wild. But like that dude said in that video, because the video that we had, we didn't have nobody else getting commentary. But that dude is correct. That girl sitting in that car, she a straight bum. The dude is working for 12 hours, and then you at home, no kids, no nothing, so you couldn't sit up there and cook the dude a meal. Yeah, you a bum. You lazy. The dude is facilitating all of your bills. She said herself that if he just left the relationship now, she would have to figure out a way to deal with those bills. Yeah, you would, because you're a bum. You like that's the audacity that I've been talking about for like the last few days doing these live streams, where you got women out here that feel like they're deserving of everything and yet don't have to do anything to receive it. I'm like, nah, that's not how that works. It's usually some type of form of a symbiotic relationship. And like I told people before, guys are pretty simple. It's like, if people just sit up there and like, hey, a smile and cook some food, or even just like a sandwich. Ain't nobody saying like no gourmet type of stuff, but it's like, just a simple hot meal after sitting up there, going out there and slaving. That's it. It's easy work. But I'm like, you can't tell that to other folks out here. They don't want to. They ain't trying to hear that. They are not trying to hear that at all. Like, it's crazy. Tippy said, I want to see it. No, Tippy, it's the video that we went over before. I can't play a lot of the guys. What's the name? Because certain words I know may trigger YouTube. So yeah. And it's like trying to edit while doing like this live stream is going to be a little bit difficult, at least for this PC on this craptastic motherboard that's in here. So that's a little bit of an issue. But what I will do, Tippy, is I will put it in the Discord. So let me go. scroll directly down. Where do we normally put stuff? I think it's what, general chat, right? Let me see. Let me put this directly down there so Tippy can see it. Upload file. Let me see. Then just wait. Don't I gotta hit enter on that? Why is it not? Huh. Do I not know how to send stuff on Discord? Usually, spoiler for the attachment, modify attachment. Don't need to modify, just save it as is. I don't even know what to. Okay, yeah. Maybe I just had to put some words to it or something. See it. Sibby, it's posted in Discord. I just posted it up there. Shout out to Ty for posting the video. Shout out to Miss Shauna as well. Much love, respect, and appreciation. What was it? Sham said, I'm watching a video Tippy posted to about the woo, Jesus. What video? Oh, you talking about that one. Lord. Yeah, it's gonna take me. I'm gonna have to watch that one off stream to listen to that one. Tippy said that's insane for me for a stay-at-home girlfriend or a wife to not cook for your guy. After he worked a long shift, I would cook for him a heavy plate of homemade ice cream on the side. Well, Tippy, technically, the ice cream maker that you would have would be crazy. At that point, man, you think the ice cream maker that you got right now? Nah, that ice cream maker. Like, let you sit up there and have you be a stay-at-home wife, and then you got a guy that's your ice cream maker. Your whole kitchen is going to be something that you would have seen like in movies, like with the type of stuff that'll be in there. Like it'll be wild. The different stuff in there. Sham said she put it in Discord and in general chat. Yeah, I just saw it. Shauna said, "Love you too, Saji." Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Ty said, "I got more, but I'll show you what I'm on." Okay, I got you. Mo said, after this man bringing up the mayo ice cream, this that's crazy. No, I said, wait, what did I miss? No, we're talking about so we got other stuff that we post directly in the Discord that you potentially can't post, of course, directly on YouTube. Now, if it was Twitter, it's a whole different story. But yeah, that's just it was the whole thing dealing with let me see if I can find a video, because I can at least play the basic version of the video. I just can't play the response of the guys. So let me go back. When did we do that live stream? Was that was yesterday's live stream, or was it the day before? It might have been a day before. Let me just check. Hold on, give me a second, because it wasn't yesterday, because I'm looking. Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't yesterday. That was the day before. So let me see, earlier this week. Okay, that was her right there. So now I gotta go into the back. Okay, yeah. So it was this one right here.
Y'all might need to tell me if I'm wrong or not. I'm sitting in the car because my boyfriend is literally tripping. Like, he will not let me do anything for real. Like, all he does is work for 12 hours and use that against me. Oh, why you ain't cook nothing? Oh, why you ain't clean nothing? Because you work for 12 hours and then all you do is come home musty. Why you can't come home clean? But I don't even like him for real, because it's just he's too nice for me. Like, he don't hit me like my exes did or nothing. Like, we can't fight or nothing. If I want to fight, he just walks away. Like, I just don't want him. And I really want my ex-boyfriend who's in jail. And that's another thing, y'all. He told me I'm not allowed to send money to my ex-boyfriend no more. And it's like, why are you in charge of who I can send money to or not? Just go to work and make it. So I was
That's wild.
basically just over it with him. I've been sitting in the car for about 15, 20 something minutes because I just hate the sight of him. Like everything about him, I just can't stand. But I'm not going to leave because it's not like I can leave anyway. I mean, I don't got no job because he don't make me work. And the way that I see it, if he left today, like right now, I'd have to make that rent. I can't do it by myself. So in a way, I think I'm kind of doing him a favor by being his girlfriend because he got low self-esteem. He not cute anyway. Don't no girl want him for real. Like, it's just like, to me, I just think I'm doing him a favor because like I said, he funny looking. So it's not like anybody would want him for real. Like, if I leave, who's gonna be there? Like, nobody. And then he be trying to put limits on how often I can go out and like that. What are you talking about? What is wrong with me wanting to go to the club 2-3 times a week? Like, that's nothing. Like, you're doing too much. And all he does is work 12 hours every single day. And I guess that's the upside to it. I don't gotta see him like that because like I said, he gone half the day. And I sleep half the day too. So it's like, who cares? And like I said, I just feel like I'm doing him a favor by being with him. Even though I don't come with nothing, even though I was literally sleeping on the airbed before this. Like, I just feel like I do him a favor by being with him.
And it comes to a point in time you realize where people do not call women like this losers enough. She is a loser. This is what a female loser looks like. True and proud. She was like, hey, before I met him, I was a bum just sleeping on the airbed. I bet you were. He was the first person to probably actually introduce you in life to what a mattress frame actually was. Because you couldn't even put one on layaway because you were too broke. That's some like this is brother, straight can opener. Let me tell you. I got several cans of tuna I need to open right now. She could get hired. She could easily get hired. Like, yo, that is wild. That is wild. Yo, what is up? If I'm trying to remember the previous the previous tag that you had, it should be Nurse Armstrong, if I'm correct. Nurse Armstrong, what is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Long time no see. Long time no see. Mo said she's nasally. Dude, let me tell you, that was getting on my nerve. I'm like, dog, can you get some Nasonex or something? Why do you sound so congested? Get that together. Like that's just, it's horribly annoying. Like, she looks like face wise, she reminds me of Eliza Thorne. Let me show you. Clap your hands and stomp your feet. Dun, 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 dun. Let me see. Yeah, pretty much. Let me see. I'm about to get this picture real quick. Because like I said, that is some diabolical work directly out here. Let me tell you something. Yeah, people always wanted to call people unattractive, and you out here looking like a cartoon character. That is wild to me. I don't understand it. That's some deep audacity right there. Like, that's what happens when people always run around sitting up there telling a lot of women like, oh, you're a 10. You're beautiful. Nah. You're a cartoon character. Straight cartoon character. Like, that is wild to me. That is straight wild to me. Like, it makes no sense. Gotta put this together real quick. Gotta sit up there and be making examples of folks. Like, how dare you? How dare you sit up there, roll up on this internet, and sit up there and try to clown people? We ain't doing that. Like, this is basically her right there. sitting up there. She got the whole Eliza Thornberry. Shout out to the people who remember that cartoon. But yeah, she got the whole thing going on. That's crazy. That is diabolical. That's crazy. You said she looked like a lost member of the Croods. That's wild. Rabbit said that's the issue with traditional relationships nobody talks about. When people break up / divorce, both people are alone without a certain skill, cooking or working. Mo said, where is the rehab for people addicted to likes? Sham said, Bugs Bunny teeth. AD said, even if he saw this, I don't think he would leave. I mean, yeah, that's a possible chance too. Sham said, she's too poor for braces and a dentist. Black, what is up? You said there's a dude that looks like her that pretends to be a woman, and I can't remember what his name is. That's crazy. Nurse Armstrong said Rocky from Bullwinkle. That's crazy, from Rocky and Bullwinkle. I remember that show too. I remember that show. Tippy up here laughing. Then you got Tippy says she got red hair too. Yeah, she does. I just noticed that. I just noticed that. Like I said, that's some wild work out here, man. That is crazy. That is crazy. That is some wild work. 100%. Oh, snap! It's 419. I did sit up there and say that we were supposed to have ended the stream a minute ago because I wasn't trying to keep you on the phone. I say that every single time, and it still happens. That's the one consistent thing I can sit up there and say about these live streams. I'll sit up there and say like, "Oh, we wasn't supposed to. This was not the runtime that we were supposed to have," and then that's the runtime that we end up getting. Let me tell you something. These conversations out here. What does Mo say? Mo said she looked like Bowfinger's little sister. That's crazy. That is wild. That is wild. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all of you guys who are here to watch this live stream. Much love, respect, and appreciation. We got about a good solid 4K that pulled directly up to the stream. Wait, what did Third say? He said, My Hero Academia narrator, hero name, chomp chomp, quirk name, overbite. Her teeth has the ability to bite through anything known man. Yo, and I swear that would be an actual character. And that's the craziest part. You know, the funny thing is they might have had somebody like that in Marvel. To be real, they might have had somebody like that in Marvel. Like that is some wild work right there. That was a good one. Yo, oh my goodness. That is wild. Let me see. Other side that we got. What we got? We got a nice little 203 directly on the other side. Like I said, it'd be a flip sometimes on how this tends to work out. The average duration though is looking crazy. So, shout out to the 203 over there. And that nice viewer duration that we got directly over there. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people that again are a part of the channel. To the members, shout out to my wonderful moderators. Much love, respect, and appreciation to anybody who's been subscribed for all of these years. I wish we actually had a way to mention 6 years or however long that's been. I'm looking at previous videos, so at least my count has been like 6 years, I guess. So shout out to that. Also shout out because we just hit on the other channel. We hit 49K. So shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to all of those who have newly subscribed to that channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to anybody who threw any jewels directly in the chat. Much love. Shout out to all the folks that have been coming through to the standard videos and throwing super chats directly in there. Shout out to also the patrons as well. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And I would not be able to do the things that I do without people like yous, all of yous out there that that pull directly through to the videos and the live streams. Much love, much love. Yeah, we're getting there. We got these some live streams happening in a row. We just got to keep it. Just got to keep it directly going. Tippy said gaming stream. Not at this moment, Tippy. I'm actually pretty hungry. I ain't eaten since yesterday, so I'm about to go figure some stuff out and go eat something. Sham said, LOL. Pink said, hit that like button. That is bars. 100% bar. Let me just actually put this up there because usually, for whatever reason, when I happen to end the stream, it'll go off of what was shown, I guess, like the last minute. So I'll just put that image directly up there. Sham said, drug eyes. He got to tell me she's done fried that brain. That's crazy. Mo said, we keep the OG channel popping over here. That's bars. That is bars. That is bars. D Money said, sure won't be able to find what you sure won't be able to do without the mods. That is bars. Like I said, putting people directly into the realms of the shadows to never be seen or heard from ever again. Shout out to the Bermuda Triangle. Shout out to the Shadow Realm. Shout out to space where nobody will hear them scream. Timothy said, dating, question mark. Humans still do that in 2026. Dating is so 2009. Yo, that's wild. Timothy said, I didn't either. Remember yesterday you kept the stream going, LOL. No, yeah, I know. I kept it going for like, I mean, I was just outdone. And that's another thing too, because I saw Sham was like, yeah, he probably fell asleep. I didn't fall asleep. I was just outdone. Like, let me tell you, because I was thinking about the last thing that I set up there and said to y'all, and I'm like, I almost wanted to look up the amount of what's the actual toll per year. Every single to just have the information directly out there. And I'm like, I didn't even want to do it at that point. Because I'm like, just thinking about the whole thing, it's like it just feels like a sad state of affairs. Because when you look at a lot of the content out here, it just seems like a lot of these women are not talking about health at all. They talk about everything else but health. They would rather talk about men negatively all day versus helping other women out there get into their perfect image of self, and everything of the sort. So I was just a little bit perturbed, a little bit outdone. Tippy said, I think you fell asleep at the keyboard. Nah. Sham said, I want a burger. I'm right there with you. I need a burger in my life. Let me tell you. I didn't sat up there and had pizza for quite a bit. I'm like, yeah, gotta swap that up. Gotta have something different. Well, at this moment, technically I've been, having my bootleg fried rice without the egg. So it's mostly like the soy sauce, the jasmine rice with some mixed vegetables. Just heat those up in the microwave real quick. Quick 5, 6, 7 minutes, bow, and then you just dump those directly in there. Preferably, I actually, you know what? I can safely say when dealing with vegetables, side conversation, I'm more so a rice and a broccoli person. It tastes very very good. It's very simple, easy to sit up there and make, and it tastes good. And you don't have to worry about, in a sense, feeling bloated, when you sit up there eating it, unlike when you eat a lot of other stuff. You got some rice, jasmine rice, soy sauce, broccoli. It's all good. Can probably spice it up a little bit, but like I said, I like simple stuff from time to time. Tippy said it was up for a couple of minutes. Oh no, I know. I was can't get my words right. I need food. I had it up. I had the stream up, and I was highlighting some of the comments there. Tippy said, I'm going to post my friend Martin in Discord for people who never saw it. Okay. Tippy said, I had a burger last night. Lucky you, Tippy. Sham said, Nas, I'm trying to figure out who I want to get a burger from. Shauna said, Daddy Spaghetti sounds so good right now. Wait, what? Wait, that threw me out. Wait, what is Daddy Spaghetti? Wait, you said not Daddy. Wait, so why? Wait, are you must be using like voice to text. You got to be using voice to text. Because I'm like, wait, Daddy Spaghetti. I'm like, what brand is it? I'm like, yo, where did they make that? Oh man, that is hilarious. Oh my goodness, yo, these typos, these autocorrects, I'm telling you, it is hilarious. Tippy said, I had that last night with some soy sauce. Mo said, did you have bread with your burger, Tippy? This man. D Money said, I got Panda Express. Yo, I ain't have Panda Express in a minute. Yo, what I would kill to sit up there and have a crave case from White Castle. I ain't have that. I have not had White Castle in so long. Just have it like for me, I feel like that's a man's meal right there. Give me a cave crate of like 25 or like 30. I'm good. I'm solid. And then I can just, have like some frozen fries and put those in the air fryer. I'm good. You can't tell me nothing. I don't need to order for like I don't technically not even order. I don't have to worry about, cooking no food up for like the next, 2 days. I'm good. Solid. Tippy said, yes, I should have had it with lettuce. Shauna said, I meant spaghetti. No, I got you. I got you. Let me see. Mo said, watch the diabetes. Tippy said, tonight I think I'm gonna have a lettuce wrap burger because my numbers are high. Yeah, that's why Mo was saying like you gotta be, you gotta watch out for that. Because I know a lot of I think what like the bread counts as like sugar, like carbs count as sugar or whatnot or whatever. So yeah, you gotta be very cautious. Tiffy gotta be cautious. Sham said, Tippy, this man got tats all over him too in that video. Oh, y'all talking about the one where the kids got snatched? I got you. Timothy said, I just had a smoothie and a salad, so I am good. Yo, I ain't have a smoothie in a minute. Actually, a smoothie or a milkshake. It's been a minute. It's been some years. Salad is different. I can go, make one of those real quick. Just have a nice little tuna salad and just like mix that up. I could do it, but the problem that I have with just doing a salad is that I burn through it so quick. I feel hungry. It's like my body gets mad at me. It's like, yo, why did you just give us this? Like, are you serious? It's like my body's trying to beat me up because I ate something that light. Oh man, it be feeling crazy. Feels crazy. D Money said, never had White Castle. We got a city by that name and it's racist. Dang, that's crazy. Mo said, gotta watch eating all that mayo ice cream. That's crazy. And the funny thing is, wait, wasn't that like a viral video? I think was the mayo ice cream real or was that it might have been fake? But I feel like somebody out there made mayo ice cream. I feel like somebody did do that. I feel like it's a real thing. Timothy said, I just bought a blender and I've been blending every fruit I find. The thing I wanted to do probably later on, I'll get a juicer. The moment in time I get the juicer that I want, gotta save up for that bad boy though. But the moment in time I do it, I'm going to sit up there and be juicing a lot of stuff. I'm buying a lot of fruits. I have a lot of frozen fruits and make some different varying smoothie recipes. That's the thing I always wanted to do. Because I had my first smoothie like way back. I think what was it? I think it was like 19 or something like that. It was like what was it? Strawberries, bananas with it was like frozen strawberries. I think maybe some other mixed fruits, some other berries with the bananas, and then it was like an Everfresh juice or something like that. It was like a apple juice or something like that. That thing was refreshing. Like I had that on a hot day where we were tired from playing basketball. I took one cup of that and drank it. It was over. Like I was automatically like it felt like I was revitalized. Like somebody just like injected me like with some type of like energy serum or something. It was crazy. I'm like, yeah, that's gonna be the type of stuff I make. That'll be the type of stuff I make. Tippy said he clowned me, but they have chicken ice cream in stores. Chicken ice cream? Who in the world made chicken ice cream? That's wild. That is 100% wild. What was it? Rabbit said, I remember a lot of black people boycotting Panda Express. I said Express. With the whole stop the Asian hate nonsense. That's wild. Tippy said mac and cheese, ice cream is a thing. Who is making this stuff? Timothy said, I don't know about a juicer in the truck. I might if it's small enough. Oh, okay. So you're talking about like a 18. Well, I got you. Tippy said you did see the video I posted in Discord about the snowboarding. No, I think I ran across it, but I had to like post a video, so it scrolled all the way down. No, I'm going to check it out after the stream. Sham said, no, I'm good. On that chicken ice cream. Yeah, that's crazy. That's some salmonella ice cream. That's what that is. That's some wild work. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation. I'm going to catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out.